Dreams and goals. So before we talk about it, I want to make a distinction of what the definition between them are. My definition, okay? So I consider dreams something that's not completely attainable, right? They can be realistic. You can have a dream. You could say, hey, I want to be a billionaire. That's a valid dream. I want to be an astronaut. It's a valid dream. Now, is it attainable? It's very hard, right? Being a billionaire from where you're standing, and I'm not judging anybody. Maybe somebody that's watching is already a billionaire. But if you're not even a millionaire, saying, I want to be a billionaire, it's kind of an unattainable goal, right? It's a dream. So that's what I consider a dream. I say dreams are things that we aspire to, but we can't get to. Goals, on the other hand, are things that are more measurable and they're attainable, right? And you have a time frame that you can make them happen. So that's what goals are. So, for example, let's say, we're in LA, so I'm sure there's lots of people that want to become famous actors, become the next Angelina Jolie or the next Brad Pitt. So me saying or you saying, hey, I want to be the next Angelina Jolie, that's a dream. But now you saying, I'm going to go to school first, get my bachelor's, I'm going to do some acting, that's one goal. Then your next goal might be, I'm going to try to get some roles in some little small places, go to the local theater, perform there, that's another goal. Then as you move these goals forwards, you can get closer and closer to achieving your dream till it gets to the point where your dream is not a dream anymore, but it's a goal, right? So let's say now you are an Academy nominee actor, and now your next dream or your next goal is like, I want to get an Oscar, okay? So again, if you started at the bottom, like I said, you're nobody in the acting world, and all of a sudden you say, I want to get an Oscar, that's a dream. But once you're a famous actor, now you've been in 5, 6, 7, 10 A-listed movies, your goal of getting an Oscar might become it's a goal now. It's not a dream. It's very attainable. You're a step away from it. So I just want to make that distinction. So goals versus dreams. So I'm going to write here goals versus dreams. And I told you guys that goals are attainable and they're realistic. Dreams are also attainable, but they're not realistic. Goals, you can do them now. You can say, hey, I have this goal, I'm going to do it now. I want to go buy this car. I want to go take a karate lesson. I want to do whatever. So you could do that now. Dreams, you just can't do them. You can't do them. Okay, dream is just a dream. And the idea here is to get away from that dream mindset and get you into a goal mindset. So this seminar is more about money. So let's talk about money. Let's say your dream is to make, say $10 million, Well, how do you set that as a goal? You can't go from today, if you're broke or you don't have a lot of money, to making $10 million unless you win the lottery or you inherit money from some rich uncle. So it's possible. I'm not saying it's not. But most people cannot do that. So your goal might be, hey, this year I'm going to try to save $10,000. That's a goal. It's attainable. You make enough money, you can save $10,000. By next year, in 2 years, you say, hey, my goal in 3 years to save $100,000. And then you go on and you go on and you say 1 million until you reach the goal of being a decamillionaire, right? And then after that, you can get to 100 million. And after that, you can get to $1 billion. Everybody knows Tai is very wealthy. He did not start with millions of dollars. He started with, like he says, a few dollars in his bank account. Man, I thought I put that on silence. I did. I apologize. So anyway, so that's the difference between setting goals and making dreams happen. So let me talk about the mind of an achiever. And the neuroscience is coming. That's my favorite part. But an achiever, actually, before I go to the mind of an achiever, I do want to get into a little bit of neuroscience. So there's a system in our brain called the reticular activating system. It's actually located in the base of the brain, above the brainstem, right in the tip, right in between them. And the reticular activating system is basically a system that filters information in our brain. And why am I saying this? For you to achieve these goals that we're talking about, these small goals, you have to be focused. You have to be able to focus and make these things happen, right? Now, in order to focus, your brain has to focus. You can't just focus, right? It's an activity of your brain. And there's a part of your brain that's called the reticular activating system that is responsible for that, okay? And basically what it does, it filters information. Imagine having a secretary in your office, and you get thousands of calls, and you only filter in specific ones, the ones that are relevant to you. Some of the information she's not going to let through, or somebody's trying to sell you something. She's like, no, he's busy. He's not going to get, you can't get to him. And that's what this part of the brain does for us, okay? It basically tells us what's important and what's not. We receive 20 to 40 million bits of information per second, but we only process 20 to 40. So you can imagine how much information that's around us. And this could be information, visual information, sounds, whatever it is, that we filter and let go through our brain.
Really fast, just because someone was commenting, can you just let people know Tai will be here in about 5-10 minutes?
Yes.
About 5 minutes. They want to see you too, but just let
Yeah. I know I ain't important, but Tai will be here soon, okay? So the reticular system, the reason why it's important is because it lets you focus, okay? Have any of you seen the movie The Secret, or heard about it, read the book? And this is where it's going to make sense. The book The Secret focuses on something called the energy of the universe coming together. When you want something really bad, it comes and it happens, right? You're like, you bring the energy, you whatever, and then things happen. The truth is, that's not what really happens. I'm not discrediting the book or the movie. What I'm saying is there is a scientific reason to what's happening. Have you guys ever bought a car or wanted to buy a car, and then all of a sudden you see that car everywhere? So you're like, hey, I'm interested. I love that Corvette. And then you're driving down the road, and all you see is Corvettes. Oh, there's a Corvette, there's a Corvette, there's a Corvette. It's not that you see more, that there is more all of a sudden, that people are buying more Corvettes. It's that you told your brain you're interested in a Corvette, and you focus that imaging or that image of the Corvette, or then the desire of wanting a Corvette, and every time a Corvette shows up, your reticular system filters everything out. It filters the Maserati, it filters the Ford, it filters everything else, and it lets you see the Corvette. And that's how The Secret works. Basically, imagine I'm going to give you an example so you get it clear how it works. And we'll do a financial example. You are interested in investing in stocks, okay? You love stocks, you're interested in the market. You go to a cocktail party, and you're standing in this cocktail party, and there's hundreds of people, they're all talking, they're loud, blah, 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 and I'm sure all of you have been in situations where you hear, there's so many conversations. You are obviously focused on that conversation in your group, but all of a sudden, you hear a piece of information, of a distant group, that somebody mentioned the word stock. You stop for a second, you're like, oh, somebody's talking about stocks. Okay, it's not the energy of the world that's putting you together to that guy that's talking about stocks, but because you're focused and your attention is on stocks, your brain, every time it hears something, it says, hey, there's stocks. So now you walk to that guy and you talk to him about stocks. So I want to make it short because the Tai's coming in, but very important, and I'll write it down for you in the list. So set goals. Goals have to be short, okay? And I'll give you a quick reason why. The reason why you want short goals is because if you have long goals, it could be very frustrating. Sorry again. All this technology. whatever. Long goals can make you frustrated. If you have a long goal that it's very hard to achieve, like you say, I want to lose 30 pounds in 2 weeks. Well, that's frustrating. It's hard. And then when you have long goals that are frustrating, your brain shuts off. It doesn't release any dopamine, which is a happy chemical or a reward chemical, and it makes you not focus, and then you give up. If you have short goals, what happens is you set little short goals, you tell people you achieve them, and as you achieve them, you release dopamine, and it creates a vicious cycle. When you release dopamine, you get excited. Your brain gets excited, and you set the next goal, and the next goal, and the next goal, and the next goal. So what I want you to take from this is basically you want to make money. Start setting goals, small goals, instead of one long goal that's unattainable. Make sure they're measurable, right? They're measurable, they're short, they're attainable, and they're reachable. If you set long goals, it's going to be very hard for you to achieve anything. So I will leave you with this, and Tai, my buddy, is coming in, and he gets the cool microphone. I don't. That's not fair. So, well, thank you.
Okay, so what did I miss? What was Herman talking about?
The science of
Goals.
dreams
The science of goals. So today we're going to talk about a very important goal to most people, money. Most people will tell you they don't care about money. You can always test them and just be like, well, since you don't care about money, will you deposit your bank account into my bank account? It's not what people say, it's what they actually do that tells you what they believe in. So people always ask me what's in this green drink. It's a complicated mix of superfoods. Yeah, it's a money drink. We should call this the money drink. I feel like Floyd Mayweather. All right. So the topic today, if you remember, and Herman is a scientist, even though he's dressed with a t-shirt, he's an actual real scientist. So he kind of warmed up everything talking about, science in general, the science of goals. But today we're talking about the science of raising your income. And make no mistake, people are weird about science. Science is in some ways, it's a word I don't like to use because it's so misused and the connotations are weird. But let's think about it this way. Reverse engineering. Imagine if you can reverse engineer how to raise your income. And people reverse engineer birds and they turn them into airplanes, their ideas. That's where airplanes came from. At some level, people were looking out. I saw Jurassic World the other day, and pterodactyls got out, primordial or primitive birds. That's where you begin to get ideas from seeing what other people do and then reverse engineering it. An airplane has a lot of elements of a bird in the sense of a wing. And so what happens is we apply all these things to little areas of our life. Look, airplanes are relatively important for your life, but my grandma was born, she's still alive, in 1918. Back then, nobody went on airplanes. She came to America from Germany on a boat. So you could live without an airplane. So science has been applied to reverse engineering flight. And a lot of people think that's important, but I'll tell you something that's way more important: your own life and your own bank account. And that's been important even before banks. Access to resources, which we now call money, has been the primary driver of life. And it's very sad that the education system did not ever apply and teach you and I the reverse engineering of basically, it's not the most important, there's 4 important things in life. And you want to reverse engineer all of them. Physical health. If you don't feel good, if you die, you don't care about money. So the first trump card is health. So you got to reverse engineer health, okay? I do a lot of scientific stuff and a lot of educational stuff on how to reverse engineer that. But that's not for today. The second one is wealth. The third one is love, which is your social life. And the fourth one is, happiness or your brain in terms of emotional states. But today we're talking about number 2, the second most important thing. And all we're going to do is the same thing that they did to build airplanes. we're going to reverse engineer the success of people who have already done it. Now, quick reminder, there's a lot of people. I think we had 8,000 people or something register for this call. So once in a while, the little player crashes, YouTube, and sometimes it's your internet, not ours. If that happens, go take a break, go to the bathroom, come back. Usually it's back up in 1 minute, okay? So sometimes people get confused and they think if it cuts off that will never come back. We've always come back, and sometimes you gotta refresh, hit the little refresh. Some people don't know what refresh is. If you don't know what refresh is, you need to take a class of computers, because you're not gonna make a lot of money if you don't know what refresh is. So what's the upside of doing this? Because one of the things Herman was talking about, goals, motivation, procrastination. Everybody I talk to beats themselves up because they had a dream, they didn't pull it off. They knew they should do something this morning, go to the gym, they didn't do it. And that's because people don't know how to motivate themselves. And I'm not talking about being I'm not a motivational speaker, but I'm also not stupid, and I realize that life's all about motivation. I'll give you an example. You know, you might have seen my Lamborghini commercial. And some people are like, why'd you use a Lamborghini, da da da. Look, I've had fancy cars for a long time, a decade before I ever made that commercial, okay? So why did I make it? Because it works. Because that commercial has more kids reading than the entire US educational system. I'm making a bold claim, I guarantee you. Now, I'm talking about reading of their own choice. Schools make people read. So I'm talking about people who never have read, who now read. I had a guy at my house, my brother had a birthday party. It was somebody I never met, and when he was leaving my house, this was just a week ago, he came, tapped me on the shoulder, he goes, hey, I want to tell you a cool story. I'm a school teacher in the inner city in LA. And he said, there was a kid who's a juvenile delinquent, in and out of jail all the time for years in our school system. And I saw him with a book, and I walked up to him, I was like, what's that? And he's like, yeah, I saw this commercial, the guy talked about how books can get you a higher income, so theoretically you could get a Lamborghini. The kid didn't say theoretically, but you get the point. And the guy said, we've been trying to get that kid to read forever. And that's because everything comes from reward. You want to know how to stop procrastinating? You want to know how to make more money? You better know how to reward yourself, or else everything I'm about to say, you might as well just shut off and, go back to what you were doing before you came on this call, because the brain doesn't work that way. And so I'm going to start by saying, let's think about the reward for a second of you being on this call and paying attention, because I met Arnold Schwarzenegger the other day. I went to his movie premiere, and I got to talk to him. And I was also listening. He was talking what he was saying. It was just a small group of us at a little movie theater right here on Sunset Boulevard. And he was talking about how people lift weights. And because he still goes to Gold's Gym. If you ever come to LA, you want to work out and see the world famous Arnold Schwarzenegger, you can just go to, is it Venice Gold's Gym? Is that the one? Yeah, Venice. So he said, though, it's funny. I go in the gym, and there's people trying to work out and get in shape, get muscles. Like Arnold's big, he's like 68, and he's still a big dude. Like you put your arm around his back, and it's like a solid cape of muscle. It feels like a steel case. And so he said, I see people at the gym, and they're texting. And he's like, you ain't gonna get big texting and working out. He's like, when you're in the gym, work out. If you want to be a texter, do that when you're at home and you don't have anything to do. He's like, think about it. He's like, when I'm working out, I'm there. So one thing, while you're on this call, if your plan is to kind of listen to this and then text and write, don't do it. Either work out your brain, which is what this is, or go play video games. Don't play video games and listen to this. I wish I could have a little switch. I would just cut off anybody doing other stuff. So, I do appreciate you being here. For those of you who are going to pay attention, because you had other things you could do. So thank you for being here. I want to say that. But I do like that model of thought. It's like, and pretty cool. I went to this thing with Jimmy Kimmel. What was that, yesterday or 2 days ago? And I got to hang out with Jimmy Kimmel, and J.J. Abrams was there. So this is almost the most powerful guy in Hollywood. He's the next. He's the director of Star Wars. And talking to him, it's the same thing. It's like, focus. If you're gonna do stuff, do it. And I was thinking when I was with him, I didn't bring this up. I should have brought it up. We were talking for a while, and I was thinking of Yoda in Star Wars. And there's that scene where Luke Skywalker is trying to lift up the ship, and he goes, "I'm going to try to lift up the ship." And Yoda said something like, "Do or do not. There is no try." I like that. People always pride themselves on trying. The only people that care about you trying to make more money is your mom going to pat you on your back, maybe your 5th grade school teacher. In the real world, you either make more money or you don't. It's that simple. And the sooner you get that framework in your mind, the quicker you'll be able to motivate yourself. Because the other thing that keeps people from making money is, besides not taking it seriously, besides not reverse engineering it, is also over-optimism. So I'm going to get to that in a second. Do not be over-optimistic. 90% of people on this call think they're going to make above average income. But the statistics are 1% of people make really high incomes. I was looking at the U.S. taxpayer on the government website, the IRS website. They list out, or the Census Bureau, incomes. Only 166 people made over $50 million last year in America, out of 330 million people. And if you make $400,000 a year, you are in the 99.99 percentile. That was mind-blowing. I thought, you had to make 10 million a year to be in the 99.999 percentile. But the reason is because people don't and didn't learn the exact things I'm going to show you on this call. And this is for real. Some people, think this is kind of talk is a scam. The real scam is going through an educational system that doesn't talk about this. Don't even get me started on what a real scam is. Okay, a real scam is something with no refunds. That's a real scam. Try to get a refund for your college education after you spent $150,000 and realize you don't even know the difference between a stock, a bond. Do you know what a debenture is? Why would you pay $150,000, go through an education system, and not know what a debenture is? I bet you on this call, out of 7,000 people, I bet you there's not even 20 people that could get up and talk for 10 minutes on what a debenture is. But a debenture could make you rich if you know how to use it. So this is not a scam. You've been scammed before, but this is knowledge, and knowledge is only a scam when people overuse it. So if you watch this call and you think at the end of this call, by simply listening, you're going to be a millionaire, that's not what I said. Because just so you know, the Dalai Lama wrote a cool book. You guys know that I read a lot of books. I read a book a day or more, and the Dalai Lama wrote a book called, Beyond Religion. And he said there's 3 levels of knowledge. And so one is listening. And this is the lowest level, level 1. Level 2 is comprehending or understanding. So sometimes when people hear what I'm talking about, they're like, I've already listened to that before. But I'm like, but level 1 doesn't make any change in your life. You will have no more money if you listen and understand. Even understand, that's better. But the last one is things have to become instinctual. And instinctual knowledge changes your life. Instinctual knowledge of money can make you rich, or it can make you at least financially independent. Some of you, it can make a billionaire. It's more self-made billionaires now than there ever been in history. So the way I want to start this talk is the reward, because you must always lead with reward for yourself. So one thing that I'm going to go through, I don't have time to go through everything. By the way, those of you who stay to the end, I have a cool surprise for you, but only people at the end. So people who cut off halfway, you won't get in on this. So I'll explain that later. Leading with reward. So the science of raising your income starts with the science of knowing how to lead yourself with reward. So there's a good book. I don't know if I have it. Oh, here it is. It's a cool book. This is a book on the science of making money. There's a lot of books, most of them bad, on the science of making money. The average book you see at the bookstore isn't really the science of making money. It's one person's opinion. That book, and there's quite a few books now, there's a handful of books that actually have tried to reverse engineer the science. And one of the things, and I'll start with this, is that, and this is from a study of billionaires, okay? They did self-made billionaires. So we're not even talking about how to make $1 million. These are people who made $1,000 million, AKA a billion. And what they found is they have something called empathetic imagination. And I'm going to get to what that means. But right before empathetic imagination can kick in, you got to know how to motivate yourself. So notice in that word, empathetic imagination, imagination is big. So what happens to most of us, and Dr. Helen Fisher is a doctor, who, PhD, who talks about this. As you grow up, you build a mental map, okay? Without even knowing. Every person here has done it. It's part of evolution and adaptation. You need the mental map. You learn from your mom, you know, how to treat crisis situations. You learn from your dad how to blah, blah, blah. Okay, so what happens is, in the world now we live in, imagination gets shut off. It gets shut off at a very young age. You're 6 years old, you have some crazy imagination thing, and other kids laugh at you. All right, so you start shutting it down. I was actually on a phone with a kid who's in the 67-step mentor program that I had, and he was 14. And he just called into the customer support yesterday. Once in a while, I'll take a call. I like talking to people. And he said, man, I get bullied everywhere I go because I'm an entrepreneur and I read books, and kids are like, what do you think, you're better than us? I'm going to move the mic here. And so I said to the kid, I was like, well, number one, don't go into any environment where you get bullied. So if you get bullied too much, just don't go to school. That's my advice. Find a better school. Go homeschool or something. Bullying changes your DNA. There's a good book on that by the guy, I think Dr. Sharon Molam, who wrote Inheritance. Two identical twins, one bullied, the other not. One will have cortisol issues for the rest of their life, meaning heightened stress hormones for the rest of their life. So that's people with the same DNA. This is a cool test. And so, but anyway, what was interesting about that kid was the reason he was getting bullied is because of imagination. So the first thing you have to do is awaken your imagination about money. Because there's more fools talking about money, what you can do, what you can't do, and you got to use logic. So logically, what is the imagination? How far can you go with it? Well, I don't think it's too far to go with imagination. I think you can imagine all kinds of stuff. And a little bit what Herman was talking about. So you got to separate it like this. So you got to have two types. If you want to make more money, you got to have two types of imagination. One is vision and one is goals, and they're not the same. So this here is the types of imagination. So this first step to making more money, write this down, number one, is you got to have two types of imagination. Vision is where you think big, okay? Goals are where you think small. So a lot of what happens with imagination is people only have one, and we've all met people like that. So you have big visions. How many people on this call? Do you want to be, what's your vision for making money? You want to make 10 million bucks a year? That's a big vision. You'll be in the top, 1/1,000,000% in this world if you're making 10 million bucks a year. Some of you have super small goals. Your goal is just to make enough money to pay your bills this month, okay? People who do real things, who have impact financially, they have a balance between these. So let's try for a second. I'll give you an example where I've had big goals, and what you're gonna learn on this call will help your vision. So vision, like I have things like I'd love to own a pro basketball team, okay? That's a vision thing. It doesn't run my everyday life because there's nothing to own a basketball team, Steve Ballmer just bought the Los Angeles Clippers. He has $22 billion. He was the partner of Bill Gates. He dropped $2 billion. I don't have, I got money, but I don't have that kind of money. That's real money, right? So I keep that as a guiding light, like a lighthouse, way out. You're in the middle of the ocean. Maybe you can't get past the small goal, like you got to pay your cell phone bill. I remember when big goals for me financially were, making $2,000 a month. I was sleeping on a couch. I had $47, probably less. That was at my peak. I had $47 in my bank account. I was sleeping on a couch in a mobile home in Clayton, North Carolina. And at that point, I just had goals. So it was like small. I was like, oh, okay. I remember what the first one I wanted was a car that I could actually drive, because somehow I had this car someone had given me, but it was 2 different colors. It was a Toyota, 1981 Toyota. This thing was old, and it had a hole in the floor. So I was always afraid when I pushed the gas, if I was like on the freeway, that I'd accidentally miss and put my foot through the hole and chop my own foot off. So I was like, I don't want to drive this car. And there's this girl, I remember it was this Russian girl. She was from Belarus. She was an exchange student, went to Campbell University in North Carolina, and I had a crush on her. And she's like, why don't you pick me up and take me to dinner? And I was like, no. I'm like, and she lived far away. She was like 45 minutes. I was like, oh man, I can't pick her up in this thing. She might die. You don't want a first date where she gets her foot chopped off, right? So I was like, so there I just had teeny little goals. Get off the couch. I could not sleep on that couch. There was little kids running around. There was people everywhere waking. They'd stay up till 1 in the morning, then wake up so like the adults in that mobile home would stay up till like 1 in the morning, and the kids would be asleep, and they wake up at 5. So I'd get like 3 hours of sleep. So it was a nightmare. So what happened is I just had all these small goals, and that might be you. But one thing I learned from my mentors before I was even in that bad financial state was starting to have big visions. So big visions can be cool stuff. For some of you, a lot of you heard about me from a Lamborghini. A lot of guys, that's a vision. Like, man, if I could get a Lamborghini, that would be awesome. And I'll tell you, from somebody who has one and has had lots of different cool cars are fun to drive. Forget the showing off thing. A Lamborghini, if you've never driven one, is a beast of a car. Trust me. Some people are like, why don't you get an Aventador? Because I have a Gallardo. Aventadors are hard to drive, and people are like, yeah, but Aventador has a bigger engine. I'm like, anybody who starts babbling like that, they never driven a Lamborghini. You can't go faster than a Gallardo without dying. You can go faster on a track, but you can't in real life. So it's cool. You can have that. That can be a vision for some of you. I hope that's not your only vision, to have a car. Some of you can go from goals to going, I want to own a basketball team. I want to make $1 billion. I want to have a private jet. But there's also a middle place, which I like too, which is stuff you can hit in 18 months. So I kind of think of it this way. Goals for you financially should be daily. And this is where people get wrong. They start making 6-month goals. Those aren't goals. Those are more vision. When you start getting past, as you start progressing this way in terms of making money, so right here is kind of this middle ground. That's up to 18 months, Then vision stuff, I don't think I'll own a basketball team in 18 months. And some people say, well, Tai, that's self-defeating. It's not self-defeating. You can be too optimistic, okay? You got to be a realist and an optimist at the same time. And that's what that imaginative empathy and all that a lot of billionaires have. That's different. So for a second, we'll ask people here. And then you think of it. Because remember, some people don't like these kind of exercises because they're like, why am I doing this? This seems cheesy. It's not cheesy to start stretching your brain with vision, because a lot of you have too small of goals. Like most people would say, yeah, I'd like $1 billion, but you're not considering that even in your hemisphere of thought. $1 million. A lot of people want to be a millionaire. Let me make this crazy, let me give you this crazy thought. You've been around millionaires your whole life. Your mom and dad, if they have an average income, will make $1 million in their lifetime. The average income in the United States is $52,000 a year. For a couple, a household, if your parents are married, the average is $80,000 a year. What's 80,000 times 30 years of working? $2.4 million. See, it's all there. All the working mechanisms are there. It's just people don't know how to, well, one, they don't know how to control their spending and make more than that. So it's not that lofty of a goal to make $1 million in your lifetime. Be average and you'll make $1 million in your lifetime. To capture it in a shorter period of time gets a little trickier, and that's what we're going to keep talking about. But give me a big picture vision. Anybody in this room here? Herman, big vision. Something you won't have in 18 months, but it can be a long-term motivator.
Start a university.
Herman wants to own or buy a university. Okay? He likes that. Movie studio. Okay? Well, I was talking to we were talking to J.J. Abrams about how to make it in the movie business. It's more likely now that you'll own a studio than ever before in Hollywood.
Be the CEO of a company.
CEO of a company.
Open a new gym.
Open a gym. Cool. You can open a cool, I had a friend, remember that guy when me and Herman owned nightclubs together a long time ago? And remember that guy that was like Eminem? That was like a white guy, but it was like a rapper.
The guy that got inherited, like.
No, he didn't inherit money. He was a guy who had a gym. Anyway, there was a guy who, you can't always judge people by how they act. This guy came into the club. It was a big dude. He was a Big Daddy Kane. If you guys know who Big Daddy Kane is, one of the first rappers of all time, like LL Cool J. So Big Daddy Kane came in with this guy who looked, it was like a white dude, but looked like he was like, you know, he looked like Big Daddy Kane. And so I was, you know, you judge people, we all do, without, it's not always accurate, because this guy turned out to be one of the smartest people I've ever met with money. He knew what a debenture was. He knew all kinds of stuff. I was blown away. But he did it by owning gyms, and he sold them, man. He made $50 million. And he was young. He was like under 30, I think. So fitness, that's a big vision. For me, this is what I think most of you should do. Most of you have to realize the world's shifted. There's massive abundance now. There's never been a time. So when you start watching the news, which by the way is also the definition of a scam, because they prey on your the negative biases of our brain. That's why they show you negative crap. Is going to tell you the sky's falling and everybody's getting poorer and only a few people have all the money in the world. It's not true. It's not true. Because if you want to know what poverty was like, go back in a time machine 100 years ago, or go to India. I went to India, people starved to death on the street. Show me in any Western country, and I'm assuming you live in a Western country or more, like you don't live in India if you're watching this. You don't live in the slums of Calcutta, probably, if you're watching this. You're already good. You're already experienced massive abundance. You know, my grandma was born in Germany, which is one of the richest countries in the world. They ran out of food. She said we ate carrots and carrot soup 3 times a day till our skin turned orange in 1920s. Anybody here ever had to eat carrot soup 3 times a day? No. There's so much abundance. The biggest problem in the world now is people getting too fat. There's too much in the world, not too little. Now, there are exceptions to that, but not for you and I. So what happens is your vision can start to expand for all the stuff that you were bullied, laughed at. Parents said, no, you should be a dentist. You shouldn't be a musician. Well, I don't think that's a good way to think about life. We'll talk about a better way to do that. That's bullying. I think parents bully their kids. I think society can bully you. You know, you can get bullied by conventional norms. And that's why people who do big things, think about, a good example, I'm going to get to this, Mark Zuckerberg. I think it's funny. You know, Mark Zuckerberg always wears the same white shirt. So he started Facebook. He made a $100 billion company, okay, before he was like 30, basically. One of the richest, I think he had $25 billion. It's $25,000 million, okay? It's a good amount of, that means he could basically take $1 million, give it to somebody in the a homeless person, and not even know it was gone. If you have $25,000 million, you could easily get rid of 10 units and not realize it. That's one thing, you know, when you start making money, I remember one time I had one of my bank accounts, someone stole $70,000. I didn't know for 3 months, you know, because there was abundance in that bank account. For, you know, Mark Zuckerberg's a whole nother level of having, you know, he could lose he could lose $1 billion and not really realize it. So Mark Zuckerberg wears a white shirt. And he talks about why he wears the same shirt every day. He's like, I did the math. And I read a book by a scientist that said every decision you make takes energy away from other decisions. So he goes, I could look really good, like everybody else does in the world. Dude, the average person, women more than men, but men too, spend a crazy amount of time figuring out how to look good. They've been scammed because who would you rather be? Right now, snap your fingers. You have two choices. Vision here, big vision. You can be who you are now and dress amazing and new outfits every day, or you can be Mark Zuckerberg and you get one outfit, but you also get $25 billion, right? So one of the things, I'm gonna get to this, I'll make this number 2. If you want more income, science of raising income, think of this is the Mark Zuckerberg shirt rule, okay? So write this down. Mark Zuckerberg shirt rule. And I'll sum it up by the best thing my mom ever told me. She said, Tai, you can have anything you want, but you can't have everything. In the stock market, traders will say this: pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered. So what Mark Zuckerberg's saying is, I can have anything. I can have my 25 billion, but I won't have time to pick out new shirts every day. So for a lot of you, when we go to the vision, one thing, going back to that vision, you got to cut some stuff off. And that's hard for people. People are like, no, 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 I want it all. I want to spend 6 hours a day, picking my shirt, or not 6 hours. I want to spend 30 minutes a day picking my shirt, and I also want to make the same amount of income as Mark Zuckerberg. You can't have it all. That saying of you can't have your cake and eat it too, there's a lot of truth to that. So you got to be willing to pick what you're going to sacrifice. And that's why I said the media is a scam, because what they do is they get you focused on stuff that gives you something. But everything you take, there's a law, a mutable law of the universe. Can't argue it, at least in the current realities we have about the laws of thermodynamics. And you've heard it before. For every action, there is what? An opposite and equal reaction. Zuckerberg gets that. For every action, your brain uses glucose, okay? Glucose is sugar. Am I correct, Herman? Okay. Herman is a PhD in neurobiology. Okay, so you take sugar. Now, what that means is that every activity you do is burning fuel, and you only have so much fuel. So a lot of people, and some of you on the call, I remember being like this. I wanted everything. I couldn't do one thing. And what the Mark Zuckerberg rule brings us to is you must have incredible powers of focus. So if you pride yourself on your ADD, well, you're probably going to pride yourself on your poverty too. Okay? I'm naturally ADD, but you better get over that. Just because there's some syndrome that doctors prescribe doesn't mean that you have to stick with it. You can overcome it. For example, Richard Branson, the billionaire, started Virgin Airlines, Virgin Music, Virgin Galactic, spaceship company. He said I was dyslexic, and at 15, I realized I could either pat myself on the back and be like, oh, I can't do math. No, accountants, I can't understand that. He said I could have let myself be that way because dyslexia is a real thing, okay? He said I just worked harder, overcame it, because I realized I can either be dyslexic and stick with it, or dyslexic and overcome it as best I can and be rich. And he's like, you know what, I'm going to be rich. So going back to motivation, a lot of people are like, Tai, I don't know how to focus. I'm like, because you have no big vision. He had a big vision. At 15, he's like, I'm going to change. He wasn't even completely about money. He started out with a magazine business. It was back with Vietnam War. He didn't agree with the Vietnam War. A lot of kids didn't. Teenagers were doing these protests. He's like, let me make a cool magazine that protests the Vietnam War. He did that, and guess what happened? The vision drove him to focus. So if you've had a hard time focus, it's because you don't have big enough vision. That's why I say vision is the thing. One of the things that I want you to do after this call, don't listen to this call after, I want you to create, now some people call them vision boards, a cool way to do it, a modern way to do it that's cheap, because people sell software and stuff, and those are cool. But what I use, and I have never actually showed anybody this, but yeah, there's mind maps. I'll just show you a cool tool. I'm not going to show you my actual vision board. I actually have, you can create, so you go to Pinterest. All right, so there's Pinterest. Hopefully everybody knows what Pinterest is. Right there. Download Pinterest on your phone, and what you can do is you can make private boards. So I think you should make 4 vision boards, Pinterest vision boards, free. I have one right here on my phone. I have a wealth one, a health one, a love and social life one, and a happiness one. So what I do, because your brain is visual, so what you want to do is just pop in images. So in my wealth vision board, you can see, I'll show you some of my wealth vision boards. It's kind of stupid. But again, don't let anybody laugh at you for your vision board. I saw that movie, The Great Gatsby. So I put in my vision board, I pinned a post of the Gatsby mansion. I have one of a cool car, the LaFerrari. Now, you don't only want to have materialistic ones. So I have this other board that's called, higher purpose happiness. And there you can see what I have posted. I have posted this guy. This is a guy who has no legs, and he's a doctor. And I think he's in Vietnam or Cambodia. And there he's helping a kid who's sick. See, this guy has more than just money. You want to have all types of wealth. You want to have physical wealth, we call it health. I've got other pictures. I got a picture here of Mahatma Gandhi. I put quotes here. Look at this. I have Nelson Mandela, a quote that I love that he said. Education is the great engine of personal development. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant becomes a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become head of the mines, that a child of a farm worker can become president of a great nation. That's his story. I got pictures. So then I've got for health, what you do, you put pictures of people. Look at this guy. This is a picture of a guy that I'd like to look like when I'm 70 years old. Look at that dude. How'd you like to look like that as an old dude? And there's a YouTube video. You can't pin I think you can pin a link. There's a YouTube video of a 65-year-old guy who works out every day in a park. My dad's from Harlem, New York, and this guy's, I think, in Harlem or the Bronx. And that dude is 65, and when he takes his shirt off, there's these guys videotaping, and all of them go, "You got a young man's body," because this dude looks like he's about 23. It's nuts. He has like an 8-pack, no steroids, just ripped. So you can create, I'm going to show you how to do, at the end we'll talk about doing that, but that's just a practical thing to motivate yourself. And I check this at least once a week. At different times, like right now I'm in a stage where a lot of the things that I'm doing come to pass very quick, so it's easier to motivate myself. But when you're in a plateau area where nothing's going your way, trying to make more money, and it's all falling apart, this vision board should be your best friend. If you're single, if you're a single guy, I post pictures of the type of girl that's my type, okay? Then it locks in my brain because of what happens in relationships. A lot of people just date or marry whoever comes along. But if you have a vision for the general type of girl or guy that you're interested in, that is how things get done. Now again, vision's not everything, but it's important. And so about half of you on this call, going back to this, and there's actually a cool scientific study on this. So those of you who are producers, and you're gonna hear me talk about that, there's 2 main types of people that make a lot of money. There's really 2 types of people in general when it comes to money. Producers, those are visionaries. So probably about 30% of people on this call, you are already doing the vision board. You love visions. In fact, your whole life is just these huge visions, but you're weak on short-term goals, okay? Performers are more here. So another way to think of it is, visionaries and practical people. What wealthy people do is merge these 2. And this has been proven. There was a cool study by Price, PCH, it's a Price Cooper Waterhouse, the big PCW, one of the biggest investment firms, New York, big investment banks, and they studied all these billionaires, and that's the magic, okay? We could stop right here, but I'm not going to stop there. I got a lot of other practical things. You got to be good at both of these. Some of you are performers. You're like, if you get around people going, yeah, one day I'm going to own a university, one day I'm going to own gyms, you start shutting them down. You're like, wait a second, you can't even pay your bills right now, dude. What are you fucking blah, blah. That's about 70% of people on this call. So what I was saying is, for those of you who are a little more pessimistic, that's okay. There's a need for pessimism because pessimists make short-term goals. They go, forget trying to make $1 million. Let me pay for my cell phone so it doesn't get shut off tomorrow. So those of you who are on this spectrum, anyone here, who would say they're more on this side? More goal-oriented, practical, realist. Okay. So if you're here, the vision board on Pinterest is more important for you. Okay? Who here is more always dreaming about massive things? Okay. Herman, you are this one too, by the way. So if this is you, the Pinterest vision board is a little less important because you already got the fire burning. You don't necessarily have to throw more gas on it. It's already burning. But it's okay for both. I tend to be more that way, but over time, I've really worked on these. So now, if you're not careful, I tend to tip. About 2 years ago, I was started tipping way more over here. And this can be a death spiral if you get stuck in this one because it becomes self-confirming. So you set a little goal, and then, of course, you hit it. You're like, okay, I want to lose 2 ounces on this diet, So you're like, oh, I did it. So you're like, see, goals work. And so you become this goal monster. I know people like that. And your goals, it's like money. It's like, okay, I want to be able to pay my cell phone bill. Whoop-de-doo. Okay, that's $100. I remember when sleeping on a couch, if I could make $2,000, I remember doing the math. I was like, I can make $2,000 a month. That'll be enough. I found out like you could get a car, and the car payment and the insurance was going to be like $200-300. I bought a Mitsubishi Galant. That was my first car I ever bought from a used car rental place. They had rented the car, so it was all shredded, but I got it for like $7,000. So my payment was whatever, $100, $150. I had Geico insurance, so that was like $50, $75 a month. By the way, I still have Geico. They will insure Ferraris and Lamborghinis. I found that out because when I got them, I was just like, will you insure this? Like, let me talk to my manager. And they do. So back then, $50 a month. I was like, woo! Now insurance on a Ferrari and Lamborghini is like $2,000 a month or whatever, $1,000 at least. So what's changed? It just, my vision of what's normal has changed. Now, in businesses, the way I think now, I probably got to make $1 million a month to keep everything, all the businesses I going. I'm the same person. Now, some people might say, yeah, but Tai, now you're older and smarter. Not true. Your IQ goes down as you get older. Your IQ peaks at 14. People argue with me on this. So if you're 14 and you're watching this, and someone is like, are you starting too early? I'd be like, no, you already peaked at 14. It's all downhill. If you're watching this and you're 60, you better get your butt in gear because there's a cognitive bias called senescence, which senescence is the process of aging, and you get dumber. Trust me, I am dumber, which means had somebody done this call with me when I was like 8, it would have hit perfectly. I would have peaked at 14, and you see that in the world. There's a kid now, I just read an article. He has a toy company. He's young. He's like 14 or 15, so he likes toys. He manufactures the toy. He has the ideas. He gets them manufactured in China, and he's making $10 million. His company's doing $10 million a year, which means if you do a conventional valuation of the company, it's worth, depending on the growth rate, 10 to 15 million bucks. So he's 10 to 15 million. There's a kid in London or the UK who started an app called Sumly a few years ago. He sold it, I think, to Yahoo for, was it 30 million or 15 million bucks at 15. This is happening right now. So if you're young, who cares? If you're old, all the more motivation for you. So I'll tell you what's changed between here. Back then, I was stuck with small goals. And when you're stuck with small goals, the good side is you achieve them. Like I figured out how to make 2,000. But then I realized I'm only making 2,000. That's not enough. So what I wish someone had done is had me map out a huge vision and then broken it way back into realistic chunks. But that's not what happens because no one teaches this stuff, unfortunately. So going back here, the next thing is, when you understand that, you are going to have to give up some things. And that's very hard for people because some of you on the call are going to be like, but Tai, I love video games. I'm like, okay, great. You can have anything you want, but you can't have everything. And there are none people making big moves who do what I read the average kid in America, average male, is playing 20 hours a week of video games. You ain't gonna be rich. I mean, maybe you inherit money, but I would bet against you. Even if 1 out of 1,000 people, it's crappy odds. And the way I think about that, if you don't have focus, there's a basketball coach in the US. He wrote a book called, I think, Grinding It Out. John Calipari. He coaches Kentucky, wins all these championships. And he says, he tells his players, I'll leave the gym open for you. If you want to practice, once we're done with practice, you can stay here all night. I leave the gym open. And one kid asked him, why do you do that? And he said, well, Mr. Kid, somewhere out there in the United States, there's another kid who after practice keeps practicing. And he practices more than you. And one day in a game, you will meet that kid on the basketball court and you will lose. And so if you're playing 20 hours a day of video games and there's another person out there of equal IQ, equal ability, equal vision and goals, he's got 20 hours up on you. And Elon Musk, who started PayPal, he started a company about 25, he became a millionaire. Then he started PayPal. He partnered up with Peter Thiel, who's now a famous investor. They started PayPal. I think it was 2 or 3 of them. They sold it. Elon Musk's share was about, he made, I think, 100 to 180 million. I forget the number. So he got a wire into his bank account. Imagine that for you. It's just, what I realized about bank accounts, they're just digits on a screen. But those digits really matter. So his digit went from 1 million, and then it was like 18000. Just wake up one day. It's a very weird thing. First time you guys ever make $1 million or even $100,000 doing something, it's a weird thing to just log into your bank account and it's like, okay, there was not that much yesterday and now there is. Elon Musk had 180 mil put in and then he started Solar City, Tesla, the electric car company, and he also started SpaceX. And I went to a little talk that he did, just a small private one, and what does Elon Musk say about focus? He says, well, I realized something a long time ago. If I work 100 hours a week and other people work 40, it takes me 3 to 4 months to do what's going to take them 1 year. So I'm always ahead of the game. And that's what I'm talking about. So the cool thing about vision, whatever you put on that Pinterest board later today, you could probably get, but you couldn't get everything on the board. You pick what you really want, and you focus down on that. Now, I will caution you on one thing. Be careful of one thing. Don't eliminate any of the 4 pillars. So the next thing you got to write down is even if you want to make money, don't do it at the cost of these 3 other things. So this is what number are we on? Number 3? Don't mess with these ones. So, for example, you listen to Elon Musk. That's health. Don't increase your wealth and have this vision and start focusing down and then let your health go down. A lot of people do that. I talk about this guy who has $2 billion. Okay, he's alive right now. He has 2 private jets, and they're 747 jets, actually. That's what he has. I think he has 1 747. But he let his health go on the quest to making money. So now he's bedridden. He's overweight. He's hooked up to machines. So who here would want to exchange with him? Nobody. So on your rise, you got to balance this. And the way to think of it is like tennis balls. You're juggling. So there's some of you right now are literally juggling 15 tennis balls. You're like trying to stay healthy. You're trying to dress the most trendy clothes every day. You look awesome. You know, you're trying to get in your 20 hours of video games. You're blah, blah, blah. You're going to have to drop some of those tennis balls. You can't juggle 20 things well, but you got to at least juggle these. Wealth is the second one. That's what we're talking about. Social life. Daniel Kahneman won a Nobel Prize, and he said, money does make you happier, but it doesn't make you happier if when you make it, you lose friends, family, and romance, right? And then lastly, happiness. Believe it or not, this is a tennis ball to be juggled. I have a friend, he makes about $1.5 million a month, net, okay? He's about 34. So that's his take home from his company. His company makes a lot more than that, but he pays himself a salary of about $900,000 a year, and then he bonuses himself like $900,000 a month, and then bonuses himself about $400,000 or something. But I was talking to him, he called me, he's like, "Tai, I have a problem." I said, "What?" He said, "I wake up angry every day, and I don't know what to do about it." And I realized it was because he didn't like the way he was making money. And then you get trapped because you're not going to shut down a business making you $1.4 million a month. So he forgot to juggle this one. And when I met him, he wasn't doing this, and I told him, he's a very sharp and quick learner, because I was like, "Dude, your health is falling apart." And now he's like all ripped. He got into he's like bodybuilder. So he's got this, but he didn't have that. So make sure you get that. That's a little side note. I'm not going to talk on that too much because that's a whole nother 20-hour conversation. And I want to focus on the specifics of you raising your income. So let me see which one. I'm not going to get to everything because I don't want to keep you guys. Sometimes I've gone on these till I lose my voice, which is 4 hours, but I don't want to do that today. I got to do other stuff. I got some people are like, "Oh man." I'm like, you get what you pay for. This is free, so you can't complain if I only talk for 2 hours versus 4 if you were on the last one. Okay, so, okay. There's a lot, man. I wish I could compress stuff. You know what you really need to make a lot of money? You need a lot of time to figure it out. Imagine if you and I had gone to a school system where you start at 6 years old, and at 18, you graduate. Let's say let's keep college out of the equation. Everybody goes 6 to 8. Just imagine if everything that we're talking about now had been slowly drip-fed to you. We'd all be rich. So what's going to happen in the world, by the way? Mark my words. People will revolt. Me and Herman are talking about McDonald's. You know, McDonald's degrades the health of a planet, okay, in all ways. And I'm not just picking on McDonald's. So does Taco Bell. So does Burger King. One kid wrote me when I said this once. He's like, "But they employ all these people, so who are you to make fun of them?" I'm like, that's the stupidest. Plantations had slavery. They employed a lot of people. You can't pat yourself on the back because you have large volumes of people working for you. That's the stupidest argument. But the reason I bring that up is now there's a revolt. And so what happens is McDonald's now, Herman was telling me he saw for the first time, Big Mac and fries or substitute salad. Carl's Jr. here, a fast food chain, now has a grass-fed burger. And what's going to happen in the educational system, 50 years from now, it won't be this way. It will not be this way. It will be, people will revolt. They'll be like, hell no. And you already see that. You already see that happening. It's actually cool. Some revolt is good. Okay, now, you get the vision thing. You're like, "Tai, I got that. I get the goal thing. I get motivation. How do I actually start to make money?" So here, you got to have an idea. So if you want to make more money, you need an idea, and then you need a plan, and they're not the same. So ideas aren't as important as people think. So, but there is an important kind of an idea you must have. So here's how money works in a current economy. Forget what everybody tells you about gold and the standard, and there's all this gobbledygook written on all over the place about money and the deficit in America and the deficit around. People don't know what the hell they're talking about. Trust me. I didn't know what I was talking about. That's why, I went out and became I got the highest certificate. There's something called a CFP. So years ago, I became a CFP, which is Certified Financial Planner, where you basically start learning nuts and bolts, right from a textbook of how money works. So I'm going to break down, that's a very hard degree to get. It's not a college degree, by the way. It's a certification. I like certifications better than degrees in many ways because certifications actually train you for something you can use. If you get an art history degree and you're not going to be an art history professor, you just, got 4 years of expensive schooling you could have got from a book or traveling around the world. So what I learned there is that most people don't understand how money works. So I'm going to give you all that compiled, pressed into like 2 minutes. Here's how money works. Here's you. Okay. Remember this. You'll never have what you don't understand. Okay? If you're a dude and you know nothing about girls, you never even seen a girl, and somebody releases you from your cage and you walk out and you're like, women. And you don't even understand anything, biological difference between man and woman. You don't understand. You're going to fail. You're not going to do well with women on their first attempt. Same with money. That's why I said, I always tell people in an audience, I just spoke at this big entrepreneur conference in, where was I? Cancun, Mexico, a week ago or 2 weeks ago. And I was like, you guys all want to make money. Some of you are starting to make money, 6 figures, even a few of you $1 million a year. I was like, but who here, I can ask each person here 3 questions and stump you. You won't know the answers. So whenever I say that, it's funny, even on this call. If you were here in person, first thing people ask after I talk, I get swarmed. Like 50 people came up to me and they're like, what are the 3 questions, Ty? What are the 3 questions? And so the answer is there's no set 3 questions. I just randomly pick them about finance and money. People don't know the answer. I did the one that I gave you earlier. I said, what's a debenture? 50 people, 1 guy said he knew. And I guarantee you if I would have asked him 1 question deeper, he wouldn't have known it. There's always 1 guy that wants to look special in the group, right? So, but what you don't know, you won't have. And that's the purpose of this call. So you start to know more. Knowledge trumps everything. It's like when I saw Arnold Schwarzenegger, first thing I thought was, how hard would it be to ask Arnold Schwarzenegger a question about lifting weights and have him be like, I never heard of that. Arnold Schwarzenegger, you don't magically wake up with big muscles. He had 23-inch biceps. Have you ever seen a dude? 23-inch biceps are big. It's the same as many girls' waists are 23 inches. Imagine your arm as big as somebody's waist. How do you think he got there? Well, it's lots of things, but it started with knowledge. For example, in Arnold Schwarzenegger's autobiography, he talks about he had little calves, and he didn't know, he was working out, he was doing all this activity, and his calves were teeny. Then he got on an airplane, found a mentor who had knowledge named Reg Park. He flew to South Africa. The mentor gave him new knowledge. He's like, you're only lifting 250 pounds. Stack 700 pounds on there and do double the reps. And Arnold Schwarzenegger said in 4 months, his calves got so big that people thought he had surgery. There was like all these people being like, Arnold got surgery on his calves. He's like, nope, I got knowledge. So knowledge trumps everything. You won't have big calves if you have no knowledge. Same with money. What goes in your bank account? Money. If you don't know anything about money, then I can guess how much money is going to be in your bank account for the rest of your life. And it's not going to be a big number. So how does it work so that you can start to know even after today, in the next 5 minutes? Here's how it works. Here's you. Remember these letters, R-A. Those are the magic. That is what everyone should be talking about and how money works. So here's the rest of the world. There's 7.3. I will not draw all of them. I don't have enough paper. Okay. The way it works, if you want, here's your dream. You're like, I'm going to have money. I'm going to, get a gym. Okay. So you want more. You're seeing dollar signs. Or if you're in Euro, GBP, Rand, whatever country you're in, Reals, Yen, you want more of this. RA will change your life. What RA is, it's a fancy word. So you might take a second here. Reciprocal altruism. And this is why everybody's backwards. You shouldn't be mad at most rich people. There are some rich people that steal to get their money. I read a book about the Russian mafia, how the Russian mafia took over after the fall of communism and it became all these billionaires. They didn't follow this rule, but it's very rare. Most Most people who have money follow this rule. So altruism means doing good. Reciprocal means exchanging. Okay? So here's how this thing goes. And there's been exceptions to this. And it's changing. And so this is the new rules of money. It's always kind of been like this, but it's really becoming like this. So here's how it goes. You are part of something that benefits these people, and in exchange, they will give you something back. And most of what they'll give you in the modern world is money. Now that sounds too simple. A lot of people are going to be on this call and be like, I already knew that. But I'm like, you're level 1 knowledge. You're level 1. You listen. Maybe you understand what I'm saying. But is this instinctually part of your life? Currently, if I went and sat down and diagnosed your life, are you offering the world high levels of altruism? And I know the answer because I can look right there. People who benefit the world get a lot back. Now, you might say, but Tai, what about the Kardashians? Okay, what do they offer in the world? But the world currently perceives it as altruism. So sometimes this altruism you're offering the world isn't really good for them, but people think it is. For example, junk food. Let's say you right now, your plan to become a billionaire is to be like In-N-Out Burger. In-N-Out Burger is if you've never been to California, it's a huge thing. It makes more money than McDonald's in California. It's just chains. They're only in California, I think, for some reason. And there's lines. It's like McDonald's, but like an hour-long line to get there, even at 2 in the morning. So it's owned by one young girl now because her dad or mom died, so she inherited it. So people perceive a lot of altruism because the food has fat and sugar in it, okay? So people go, oh, this is the greatest thing, a milkshake. So sometimes, but they doesn't break this rule. People still perceive it as altruism. Now, for each of you on this call, I hope you'll do something that actually is altruistic, not just perceived to be. So the reason Kim Kardashian family last year made $70 million, okay? And how did they make that? Well, it's the most watched TV show in the world. So people have a hard day at work, they go home, and they're entertained. Now, I think it's mindless entertainment, but that's not the opinion of most people, okay? So when you create a TV show, even if it's stupid, and a hell of a lot of people like it, I can predict how much money you're going to have in your bank account. I can predict how much reciprocity you will have, 70 million. Now, let's do a better example of a company I hope some of you will do. Let's say there's a time in history where there's computers, but they're huge. They're only in buildings, and they cost $100 million to build. And you're this kid, and you go, I got an idea. I will create something that people, everybody can have one of those computers. So you go to the highest, biggest university with your vision. That's a big vision, okay? And you go to Stanford University. And you stand in front of all of the professor geniuses with computers, and of computer science. And you say, we have an idea. Me and my friend. You're both under 20 years old. We got a vision. We're going to put a computer in every person in the world's living room. And every one of those people says, what is this? And the CEO and founder of IBM says to you, Tom Watson says, well, the market for personal computers in America is about 10 people. That's the only people who want this. Remember, he's like one of the richest people in the world. He trumps your vision. He crushes it. Okay? Now, what if you could actually pull it off, though? What would happen to your bank account? Well, we know the answer, because a guy named Steve Jobs and his sidekick, Mr. Wozniak, those were those two kids, 1970s. They walked into Stanford, said, we got a way. We'll make computers, not just big ones like IBM makes, but put them in people's house. What do you think happens? Well, what's basically the biggest company in the world right now? Apple. Founded by Wozniak and Jobs were driving in a car, like, what should we call the company? One dude was eating an apple. I've heard that might not be a true story, but that's what they guess where they came up from it. Let's just call it this apple. Boom. Big vision. Very rich. Now, what if the next idea, somebody goes, I got something even better. That's altruism. The world's going to be happy if you put a computer in every house. People love computers. Computers allowing you to watch this. In the past, 20 years ago, you'd had to fly to Los Angeles. We have people right now on this call in 40 countries. Computers are changing your life. Sometimes for the worse, but a lot of times for the better. Next, you got another idea. You go, I got a vision. I'm going to put a spaceship-powered device in every human's hand. Spaceship power, meaning in the 1960s, spaceships had less technology. But I'm going to figure a way to put it in people's hands. What do you think an iPhone is? This is a spaceship, man. If you went back in time 60 years ago with this, it would be the equivalent of having a spaceship. People would not believe you. You'd be like, I'm going to FaceTime with somebody 10,000 miles away. Oh, you want to find out, I'll hook into the global brain. It's called Google. Name anything. Name something. I'm going to type it in. Oh, 1 million answers to your question. This is the Google guys created the global brain. Steve Jobs created the spaceship in your hand. And guess what happens to all of them? Well, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, they started Google. I think they're worth combined, $60 billion. So the immutable law of money is you get paid in proportion to a few things. And one of them is how much what your idea benefits people. And I know that sounds very fundamental, but it is. And fundamentals make you rich. So let me just ask you right now, your idea, how much altruism and benefit is it going to bring to people? And then I'll know how much money you make. For example, people complain. They go, Tai, how come top CEOs make this much money and people flipping burgers make this much money? Well, think about it. Flipping burgers. How much altruism benefit do you bring to the world? I'm going to tell you how little benefit you bring. And I'm not making fun of you if that. I've had some jobs that are way down there, just like anybody who's doing that now. But I never confused my brain. I was like, this job's going to be replaced by computers soon. In 10 years, there's not going to be people flipping burgers. It's such a low-level job that they're going to let inanimate objects do it. So if your game plan is some low-level thing like that, you will always have a small amount of money. And some of you don't care, and that's great, but you can't break the law. It's like the law of physics. You jump out of, this is the 7th floor of a building. You jump out of that, I can predict what your legs are going to look like if you jump off my porch 7 floors down. They ain't going to look good. You pick that job, I guarantee you what you're going to look like. So what your bank account's going to look like. The second thing is, and this gets a little trickier, and this will answer the question of why athletes make more money than teachers. So the way money works is RA, reciprocal altruism. Number 5, though, that's not enough of an understanding. We've got to go a little deeper. Paid in proportion to difficulty of the problem you solve. So think of it this way. Let's say you solve the problem of being a school teacher. Because a lot of people, and I'm not saying it's fair, but school teachers make $40,000 a year, and Kobe Bryant, who plays for the Los Angeles Lakers, he makes $250,000 every time he shows up and puts a basketball in a goal for 1.5 hours. He gets $250 grand. He makes the equivalent of six, and that's just from his salary, not counting his endorsements. He gets a free helicopter. That's part of his contract. So he lives down in Orange County, not too far from here. And he didn't like the traffic, so he cut a deal with the team. He said, you're going to pay me $250,000 a game, and you're going to provide me a helicopter. So they pick him up at his house, and he lands at the game, and then after the game, he helicopters home. So why does he get that where the average school teacher teaching in the inner city here is driving through traffic, making after taxes $2 grand a month? I'm not saying it's fair, but I'm saying it's how the economy works now. Now, if you want to introduce a new type of economics, you the next Karl Marx or something, go ahead. It's going to take you a long time to change this. So what's more difficult? What's more rare is another way to put it. A 6'6" person who's highly coordinated, who can throw a ball through a hoop, or somebody who goes and gets a degree in education and teaches. I'm not saying it should be this way, but I'm explaining why it is like it is, with no judgment. It's more difficult to be the greatest basketball player in the world, and he'll make more money. So let's say your current job. Let's say you worked at a fast food place, McDonald's, Taco Bell. You know who's going to make the most money there? Whoever has the hardest job, for the most part. The most rare. It's not just hard. That's why I added that word. And there's one more word. It has to be in demand. So some of you might come up with the ability to do something difficult and something rare. You might tell me, you know what, Ty? I am the world's best underwater basket weaver. I can hold my breath, go underwater, and weave a basket. Why am I? So it's difficult and it's rare. Why am I not rich? Or why am I not making above average income? It's got to be in demand. That's the next component. So reciprocal altruism, you're exchanging with the world, and you're giving the world something difficult, you're giving the world something rare, and something the world wants. And that is, those 4 components on the last lesson in this, that is how your income is raised. That's it. Anything someone tells you different. So let's say you have a friend who says, no, man, the way you get rich is you learn how to trade on the stock market. No, the way you get rich is you buy condos and you flip condos. That's how you get rich. Oh, no, the way you get rich, you become an entrepreneur. You sell in an MLM. Just drown them out. That's not how, and I'm not even talking about rich. I'm talking about that's how you make above average income. If you're working at a company and you want to go up the scale, this is the quickest thing you do. You go to the boss. You go, what's the hardest thing that you wish was done here that's not getting done? He goes, well, blah, blah. I could tell you in my company, I was just hiring right now. Copywriters. I need more copywriters. Copywriters are people who basically write sales articles and things like that. And if somebody came to me in my office right now and was like, you know what? Behind the scenes, I've been mastering this. It's very rare to find a good copywriter, and it's in demand at my company. And it's hard. Right now, I'm the main copywriter. I've got a couple copywriters, but I would double anybody's pay the day that they showed me they could do that. You know, if they're making 70 grand, they'd basically be making 140 grand. And the average income raise, if you work at a job, is 1% a year. So if you make right now $50,000 a year, that means on average, it'll go up by about $500 a year. That's not a good number. After taxes, you're gonna make about an extra $30 a month. So if you're just relying on the natural raise cycle, I'm just going to make you never have a lot of money. But if you can increase this, and so this almost never fails right here, for example. You might not like the Kardashians, but try to be them. You know, a kooky, crazy, somewhat good-looking family. People think they're good-looking. That's rare. It's definitely in demand, and it'd be hard for anyone here to do. Try to take your family, and you think they'd be as popular. You got to marry Kanye West. That helps, and do some stuff like that. So this rule never fails. The other one on the back page, where it's talking about reciprocal altruism, sometimes you find exceptions where people have money, but they're not helping the world. Like a hitman in the mafia. Richard Kuklinski was the top hitman in history. There's a book called The Iceman. He killed about 250 people, one by one. You pay him $10,000. That's why I always say, be nice to people. Because you never know who has $10,000 and the phone number of a hitman. You might be the next one. Richard Kuklinski it's a horrible book, but it's very fascinating to read. He would just walk up to people. He would stalk them, find out where they were going. He wouldn't do it to women or children. If you took out a hit on women or children, he would take your money and then he would kill you. He didn't like anybody that tried to take a hit on women. But if he paid you $10,000, first thing he would do is tape your mouth so no one could plead for their life. So I thought that was a horrifying thought. I'm like, if this dude came, and he was a big guy. He was so big when the police captured him at the end, they couldn't put handcuffs on him. They had to get leg shackles. He was a big dude. And it was interesting. This has nothing to do with this talk, but a little side note of a cool book. If you're into that kind of crazy CSI books, at the very end, about 30 cops came like SWAT team around his house, and they got him. And he surrendered. He just surrendered because they had their guns on his wife, and he didn't want his wife to be hurt. So they pinned him down on the ground. Like 10 guys started handcuffing him, and his wife screamed out. He thought they were hurting his wife, so he just stood up and lifted like 8 guys off him and threw them off. Big dude. But point being, he had a skill that was difficult, rare, and in demand back then, but it wasn't altruistic. That's why I say on the page before, that's how I think the world will be. But this is how it's always been. This is a guaranteed 3-step. So if you don't like your income and you want to know the scientific way to read it, you got to do this. Now, the way you'll do it is through an idea. An idea. But ideas aren't enough, but they are the step. And here's the idea you must have. It's called EI. This is the type of idea that works. And so it's called empathetic imagination. So what that means is most good ideas out there are people who had empathy, which means sympathy for a problem. So like let's say an example of this would be Reed Hastings. So he started Netflix, okay? And my story with Blockbuster, if you remember before Netflix, you used to go to a video store like Blockbuster. They were the biggest ones. Now they're out of business, basically. And what happened was this is my story of why Blockbuster went bankrupt and Netflix didn't. Because Reed Hastings, Netflix is empathetic. So this is a true story. I was building a company and I was living in San Diego. So this is about, 7, 8 years ago. And I was really focused. So I was like pretty much just in the office working nonstop. Like Bill Gates said from age 20 to 30, he never took one day off. He was in the office for 10 straight years. So I was like really focused like that, okay? So what happened was I was like, I needed a break every once in a while. So Sopranos. Someone had told me, dude, you should watch Sopranos. So I went, and I was like, this is awesome. So I went to Blockbuster, and I got the 2 seasons of it. I took it home. And then, unexpectedly, I had to go on a trip. So I went on a trip, and I went out of the country, and I forgot that I had those DVDs. So I came back like 2 or 3 weeks later, and I was like, oh, crap, I have. So then I watched them, which took another week or so. So it was like 5 weeks. I took them back to Blockbuster because I was renting them, and I was like, I want the next season. And the dude goes, you've had them too long. You have to buy them now. And I was like, I don't want to buy them. I already watched them. And he's like, that's the rule. And I was like, where does it say that? And he pulled out the contract that you do when you get your Blockbuster sign, and it had it in small print at the bottom. I had missed it by 3 days, where they just charge your credit card. So it was like $400 or something, $300. I remember being like, I don't like this idea. I was like, listen, dude, they're in perfect shape. You don't have them on your thing. Don't order them from the office, your warehouse. Take the freaking Sopranos videos back. I was mad, and he was like, it was like one of those robot guys. He was like, no, contract. I was like, are you Riri, man? It's been 3 days. I don't want them. I never watch things more than once. So finally, he was like, you have to leave. I think he kicked me out. So I remember I was in my car. I took them and I slid them under the door. I was like, you can have them back. I'm like, I ain't taking them out of principle. So guess what happened? Someone was like, why didn't you get them on Netflix? And I was like, okay. Now who do you think I'm a customer of? Blockbuster or Netflix? No, you know what happens to companies that have no empathy? They disappear. If you don't care, you won't come up with a good idea. So great, and you know what happened to Reed Hastings? He started Netflix and just an idea of empathy going, man, it's a pain in the butt. What if these just came in the mail? I get the mail every day. What if it just had videos? And what if I never have to return them? I hate late fees, so I won't have any late fees. When you return to Netflix, you get a new one. Well, you know how much money and how powerful Netflix of a company is? Right now, 10% of all the bandwidth internet usage in the United States goes through Netflix. And at peak hours, when people are downloading videos, 30% of the internet is going through Netflix. That's like more than Google almost in terms of bandwidth because it's movies. And guess what now? Netflix is becoming a beast. You talk about the next movie, Warner Brothers, you better watch out for Netflix. They're now winning Emmys. They're now producing major motion pictures. Talk about a vision. You're talking about a company that I would predict will be one of the most powerful, if they don't mess it up, be one of the most powerful companies in the next 5 or 10 years, because they had empathy around imagination. So some of you have a business idea, but it's not built around empathetically, sympathetically solving somebody's problem. You know why a lot of people follow the stuff I do now? Is because I look back and I go, if I was 18, what do I wish the knowledge had been given to me that wasn't given to me? What makes me mad? I'm like, everything that you're learning right now, that took me a long time to learn, thousands of books, 5 mentors, I've been to 51 countries, I've made millions, lost millions, made it back again. Like, I've spent, on the stuff you're learning now, just on my own, I've spent, probably 10 or 20 million bucks just on learning these things, experiments. And so I'm empathetic with you, and that's where this whole thing that I've been doing. I built a viral video campaign, or a video campaign that a lot of you saw on YouTube. It's almost the #1 video campaign in the history of the world. It's going to pass 500 million views. I mean, this is getting up there with Justin Bieber. It's one of the most watched things. And it's not because I'm so special. It's because, now not everybody likes a commercial. Some people are like, what is this Lamborghini? But the people who watch the full 3 minutes and 55 seconds, they realize I made that video out of empathy. I said, you know what's better than this Lamborghini? Because the media shows you as the pinnacle, Lamborghini. That's what you want to focus on. But I was like, no. Books, knowledge. That's why a lot of people know me as the knowledge guy. I don't know if that's the title that I want to be known. I mean, I don't know if I deserve that title, but that's how people perceive that, and people instinctively go, that's what I didn't get. Just like when I found Netflix, I was like, finally, a company that gets what's reality. I don't want to do Blockbuster. You don't want to be tricked. Any company building, and that's how Blockbuster made most of their money. They would rent you the videos really cheap, and they would make their money on penalties. So that's a nasty way to build a business, and it doesn't last. And they made all that money, and it's all gone now. If you had bought Blockbuster, if you own Blockbuster shares, you are now poor. But companies that build around empathy, so my question for you is, what in your vision for making money and raising your income, what's empathetic about it? It can be as small as, like I said, if you work at a company, be empathetic with the person who determines who gives you a pay raise. If you walk up to them and say, or maybe you don't always ask them, watch, what's the #1 frustration there at your company? If you fix that, that's empathetic. Use your imagination to sympathize with the right person. If you're an entrepreneur and you're just starting out, you better have empathy and connection with people. That is what happened. That's what Bill Gates had. He said, people are going to want to have this software thing. Steve Jobs said, people are going to want something pretty, not something complicated. They're going to want something that just fits in their hand. They're going to want something that's seamless. You just press a button. People don't even realize it's like what these phones do now. That Mark Zuckerberg goes, you know what? People like to connect with old friends. And whether you like or hate Facebook, you can't argue with the fact that you now can contact a lot of friends you would have lost touch with had Facebook not been around. So what was Mark Zuckerberg's vision? It's imagination. A company, a website called Facebook that connects people, and he had empathy to go, you know what, people want that. It's cool. I met up with one of my oldest friends. We went to 4th grade together, Ryan Leedy. I found him because of Facebook. I found out he doesn't live that far from here. So now we keep up. That's cool. And it doesn't have to be the biggest problem you solve. Like Mark Zuckerberg did not solve world hunger. But he did solve one problem that people had, and he did it in an empathetic way, and it made him really, in some ways, almost the wealthiest person in the world if you adjust it by age. There's a kid now who started Snapchat. What's his name? Evan Spiegel. He's the youngest self-made billionaire in history, 24 years old, I think, or 23 when he became a billionaire. You know, he tapped into an idea that was empathetic. He was like, well, you got Instagram, you have Facebook, but what's the problem with those? You post pictures and the whole world sees them. What if I make an app? Think how easy, who on this call or in this room or you couldn't have come up with the idea of Netflix. Is Netflix a hard idea? Like, I literally want to call up every person that's 20 years older than me and be like, hey, you didn't want to have the idea for Netflix? Only Reed Hastings could come up with the idea to go, what happens if we mail DVD? Like, that's the simplest idea. Groupon. I just read the Groupon story. That's a simple idea. But what also about what I was just saying about, and so those people make money. What about Snapchat? That was just invented 2 years ago or less. Instagram made $1 billion in 3 years. Empathy. You know a cool business that's around right now? This guy here in LA 2 years ago, you might have seen his viral video campaign. He, wanted to shave. And he's like, I always run out of razors. So he's like, I'm just going to make a company that ships you razors auto ship. So you need about 4 razors a month or something. So every month you get a new package. So he calls it the Dollar Shave Club. Now has 1 million customers. He's an actor. He was here, a struggling actor. But he had empathy built around his own problem, turned it into a little business. And now they have 1 million people, I think, on average. It's a Dollar Shave Club, but you can add other things to your order, paying about $12 a month. That's $12 million a month of revenue times 12 months is almost $150 million a year. And that, with his growth rate, it's now valued at $1 billion company. An actor in LA, but it's built out an empathetic idea. So make sure your idea is empathetic. All right, next thing. It's not enough to just have an empathetic idea, because ideas are relatively cheap. Perfect example, I've given this example before. So idea must progress, you can't stay at just an idea, into a plan, or what I like better, a strategy. And if you just have an empathetic idea, like you're like, I'm going to be the next Netflix, I'm going to mail DVDs, that won't be enough, because a few months ago, I got to go to the Lord of the Rings premiere at the Academy Awards studio. Actually, me and my brother Ben went. My friend from Warner Brothers invited us, and we were there with Peter Jackson, the guy who directed and made the movie, and Orlando Bloom. The actors were all there. It's pretty cool. What's the girl that's in it? The older, Kate Blanchett, all that. So we're there, and I realized while I was watching that movie, I was like, you know what's funny? I had an idea. I remember I was about 12 years old. I read the J.R.R. Tolkien books, The Hobbit, and I was like, make this into a movie. This is going to be the best movie ever. Now, so that was an idea, and it was empathetic, because a lot of people would have wanted to see it. But I was just stuck on that page behind. And so you know how much money I made from the premiere of the last Lord of the Rings movie? I made negative money, because it cost me money to go see it, because I had gas. They didn't pay me a penny. So ideas, if you're not careful, won't help you. You'll make somebody else rich. Peter Jackson, I was there. Peter Jackson was there. It's one of the most powerful guys in this city. He was with it was Peter Jackson and the CEO of Warner Brothers. And I realized, you want to know who's powerful in LA and Hollywood? It's not Orlando Bloom. It's not the lead actor. It's the director and the head of the studio. They were like God. They had the best thing. All the celebrities were like trying to get to them. But one thing I realized about Peter Jackson, the only difference between me and Peter Jackson, we had the same idea. But he had a strategy. He knew how to buy the script. You have to pay money to get the Lord of the Rings script. He knew how to cast it. He knew which actors would be good and find a casting director. He knew a location scout. So he knew how to scout, and they picked New Zealand to shoot the movie. He knew how to get distribution of the movie, because if you make a movie, but you can't get it in the movie theaters, you're not going to have any money. He knew how to work with Warner Brothers, distribution. He knew how to do the special effects. He knew, like, blah, 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 blah. Like, so a strategy is an idea on steroids. So some of you have had amazing ideas, but you need to put the idea on steroids and turn it into a strategy. If you can't do that, you're going to just always see other people profit for your ideas. And that's a painful thing, man, to see ideas and other people, to have ideas and have other people make the money. Next, one thing, when they study billionaires, they understand this formula. I'm going to talk about this a little later, but this is the thing that's interesting. I'll read you a little thing an excerpt in my notes from a book I was reading. that I thought was very fascinating about risk. So some of you are at a job and you're thinking about becoming an entrepreneur and you're like, the risk, I'm worried about the risk. So I want you to think about reversing risk. So every person that you know that's going to be stuck in an average life, a subpar life, thinks about risk in an incorrect way. So there was a famous, she's a billionaire now, she's from China or Taiwan, and she made a lot of money in paper industry, her name's Chung is her last name. I forget her first name. She realized that she needed to come to the United States, that there was more opportunity, okay? Most people would say, oh my gosh, what's the risk of going to the United States? What if you fail? What if things go bad? But she looked at risk in reverse. So most people look at risk this way. You have to learn to look at it that way. So she said, what's the risk of me not going to the United States? Okay? So some of you should not quit your jobs, and some of you should. Okay? I don't know your individual situation, but I promise you, there's some people here that should be doing bigger things with their life, and they should quit their job. Some of you should stay in your job and just slowly ease into new things. But all of you should think about it in the reverse. So you go, and the perfect example, the best example of this is Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos was here. So if you don't know who that is, he's worth $42 billion. He's by far one of the richest people ever to walk this planet. He started Amazon.com. So he used to work at this company on Wall Street where he made a lot of money, like 200 grand a year back in like the 80s or 90s. That was a lot of money. Still a lot of money. And he had this idea, so he had an idea. It was built around empathy. He's like, man, people are going to want the convenience of buying on the internet. It's not that fun to go to the store, you know, for some people. For me, if I could buy everything on the internet, I'd be good. I hate shopping. I haven't been in a grocery store in probably 5 years. I hate shopping, and clothes, and all that stuff. So he said, I'm going to quit my job. Most people would just focus, so there's there's reward. Most people, though, think about risk. So he thought, what if I lost my job? What if I quit my job? I'll automatically lose 200 grand a year. And he borrowed money or got money from his family of 70 grand. So he goes, what if I start Amazon and I fail? I'll lose 270 grand plus opportunity cost, maybe another year's salary, maybe another 200 grand, plus I'll lose my parents' money. Plus, it might take me a year or two to get my job back and all that. So let's say the total potential loss was 500. But most people stop right there. They go, I ain't doing anything that's going to risk me 500 grand. Jeff Bezos thought about risk in reverse. He started on the reward column. He said, what if I don't start Amazon? What's the cost? And we know the answer. Had he not started Amazon, he'd be $42 billion poorer. There's no way at his job he would have even made $1 billion. So $42 billion mistake would have been made. But he said, but you only know that in hindsight. So he said, what if I do fail? What's also the reward? Well, he said the reward is no regret. He said, do you want to be 80 and have seen somebody else start Amazon.com? I've met people like that. You meet old people like that, that they had their chance and they missed it, and they are a sad person. And it's better to blaze through life and fail than be consistently sad. And so he said, I'm going to focus on this column, the upside. Now, just to be clear, there is a time, and this is where the RR formula works both ways. So 42 billion, clearly. He said once I did the math like this, I made my decision instantly. He said before I thought about this way, he calls it the regret minimalization framework of thought. He has a little video on YouTube, a 2-minute free one you can watch. Just Google Jeff Bezos regret minimalization framework. And so most of us, because our parents, grandparents, and we grew up in a society that's very fear-based, they can only focus on this column. And you can't be that person. You must be able to focus on both columns. But let me be clear. There will be a time, and this is where billionaires and multimillionaires take less risks than most people. I'm going to give you an example, a real practical one, okay? So if you look on my Instagram, I posted a video, a little picture when I first bought the Ferrari at a gas station. Kenna was pumping gas, and and what had happened right before that picture is I'd pulled up to a red light in Beverly Hills, and the guy next to me was in like whatever, an Infiniti or something, a Lexus, and he like revved the engine up, boom, 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 and tried to race me. Now, I'll tell you what has happened to me in the past with racing, okay? So I just let the guy go. I just looked at him like, whatever. I didn't even look. I was just like, I got a Ferrari, dude. This is a fast car. The Ferrari I have, 458, is a freaking fast car. A dual clutch, 7-speed, almost 600 horsepower, 2,000-pound car. It's so fast, they have to put computers on it so it doesn't do 360 spins when you stomp on the gas. So the way I thought of it, and what's funny, so you can even look at my Instagram. You'll see people's comments like, oh, what are you, a pussy, man? Why wouldn't you race the guy? Like, why even have a Ferrari? That's because those people have poor man's mentality, or poor woman's, whoever wrote it. Think about the risk-return ratio. What's the risk of me stomping on the gas and beating that guy? Well, when I first fast car I bought was a Maserati Quattroporte. And the day after I bought it, I was driving, and this guy in a Porsche came right behind me, and I remember he almost tapped me from behind. He was being an idiot. And I was in a one-lane thing. So I was like, what the hell is this dude doing? And it made me mad. So the road went from 1 lane to 2, and it was a red light. And so I was so mad, I wasn't even trying to race him. I was like, I'm going to stomp on the gas, beat him, and it turns into 1 lane, and then I'm going to get in front of him and go 5 miles an hour just to get this guy back for like almost making me crash. So I stomped on the gas, and it was faster than his Porsche. So I took off. About 2 blocks down, it was in a residential area, I see a motorcycle cop sitting there. And I remember going, oh no.
It was the Z4 BMW.
Oh, it was a Z4 BMW. Well, I knew the guy. I met him years later, the guy who. So the cop pulls behind, and you know what I learned about cops? They always pull over the most expensive car. So the cop went past him, even though he's trying to go the same speed as me, and came behind me and pulled me over. And the cop goes, hey man, I want you to know a racing ticket is 12 points on your license, which is more than drunk driving. It's only like 9. So he's like, I was real nice to him. I was like, man, I wasn't really racing him. I told him what happened. And he's like, I'm supposed to tow your car, but I'm going to give you a break. I'm just going to give you 12 points on your license and let you have it. So I ended up having to hire a lawyer and all this. It took months, and I got it dropped. But Beverly Hills has the most cops per capita in the world, for sure in the United States. So what was the risk of racing that dude? Impounding. I've already had 1 Ferrari impounded, towed. Not for racing, for being too loud of a car. License lost. If you hit somebody and you're racing and you kill somebody, that's like 20 years in prison. That's like full-on felony. So I did the math real fast in my head because I learned this from rich people. Pick your risks, man. Now, what was the reward? Nothing. But that's how poor people think. Look on my Instagram. People are like, dude, well, if I had that thing, I would have smoked him. I'm like, that's why you don't have a Ferrari, bro. That's why you're poor. That's why you're writing on my Instagram caption about what you would do with your imaginary Ferrari, which you will never have until you adopt this thinking. So for some of you, okay, quitting your job, for example, and you've got a baby at home and a wife, and the reward is you don't even know what you're going to do. You're like, I'll just wing it. Okay, the reward's very low because you don't have a strategy, and the risk is high. So sometimes with this risk-reward new way to think about risk, you'll take way less risks. So like driving, I'd take way less risks, man, because I'm like, because if you're already on the top, let's say with cars, the only way is down. So I never text on my phone, dude. I resist the temptation. Most people text. I've done that in the past. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to I won't do it, because the downside is cops are looking for Ferraris, they're looking for Lamborghinis. If you hit somebody in a Lamborghini, they're going to see dollar signs. They're going to be like, my neck. Everybody, if you hit them in like a, Ford Focus, people are going to be like, whatever. I'll fix the dent at home, right? So you always have to be thinking risk reward, and people have that all wrong. Like I tell people, there's a book over there. It's a $130 book at Amazon, Poor Charlie's Almanac by Charlie Munger. So most people, I was actually at the bookstore with my friend who's always poor, longtime friend. I said, take this book, man. You need to buy this. So he gets all the way down the stairs. It was at the Grove. And we got to the thing, and he says, this says $130, Tai. And I'm like, yeah, that's how much it is. And he goes, I'm not going to pay $130. And I looked at him, I said, how much are your Nikes? He said, $150. I said, how risky are those Nikes? Like, if you hadn't bought those Nikes for $150 and instead had used the $150 on the book, how worse would your life have been? He's like, oh no, the shoes aren't important. I could be wearing sandals. I'm like, yeah, you're stupid how you think about risk. The way I think about it is, what if you go through your life for 10 years, finally read that book and realize you could be everything you have now you could have had 10 years ago if you had had that knowledge. I was like, not owning that book is the biggest risk you ever have. And when you start reversing risk like this, you're going to be a completely different person from your friends, your peer group, and people around you, and it will translate into more money. Get this thing down. Remember, there's a time, don't even think about taking a risk. That's what I was talking about with the Ferrari at the red light. There's no upside. Don't do it at all. And then there's other times where the upside is so high and the downs, like that book. I'm like, dude, it's $130. Here's the crazy thing about the modern world. Buy it, and you know what Barnes & Noble has? A refund policy. Read it at home real quick. If you go, this has no value, bring it back and be like, I made a mistake. Show the receipt. So there's no risk. We live in a world where people with all the safety nets in the world, people are still freaked out. Nobody starves to death anymore. I could understand if you lived in India, you're like, I ain't quitting my job. I'm not doing anything new because I was in India years ago. I walked into a hotel. There was a beggar. I'll never forget this. And there's so many beggars that you can't give money to all of them, because then literally 1,000 people will mob you. And so this guy walked in and he was asking for money. He was like an old man, and I didn't give him money because I was busy or whatever. And I came out in the morning. He was dead. He starved to death. So some countries, if you live in India, you better be careful. If you live in America and you have a crappy job and you're super worried about quitting it, there's always another crappy job that I bet you can get. And even if you can't, you can go sleep on your mom's couch for a couple weeks or a year. And people overestimate what risk is, and that's what keeps them poor. Okay? All right. Now, there's a lot more I can talk about, but I don't want to lose my voice, and I got to do some other stuff today. This is not my full-time thing that I do, giving these talks. So, let me give you guys some practical stuff here. Everything I gave you, so divide up things with strategy and tactics. So, you always start with strategy. So, remember what strategy is? That's an idea on steroids. So, if you've got an idea for the next Netflix, for the next Snapchat, for, even just staying in your job but making more money, then you got to map it into a strategy. And eventually, you get into tactics. So what a lot of people want on these phone calls, and people, especially with money, they're super addicted to tactics. So a tactic is like flipping real estate. Okay? But you can lose a lot of money flipping real estate. So you may have had someone tell you real estate makes a lot of money for people. Well, it's not actually true. Statistically, the richest people in the world, none of them did it in real estate. There is a lot of money being made in real estate, but it's not magically special. So first, what each of you have to do, and there's not enough time to do this on the call, although I'm going to show you a way, if those of you highly interested that can continue on with this beyond just today's call, I'll give you guys a chance, some of you, not everybody, but the most interested. You must develop out a sophisticated plan. So take your idea and it must get developed out. And this will take a little bit of time. Sometimes it's taken me 18 months to come up with that strategy. There's been other times where I've had it happen as fast as a week, okay? It depends. There's timing. There's a little bit of luck to life. There's a little bit of fate, a little bit of timing outside your control, but most of it's within your control, I would say. Once you get this mapped out, then you need tactics. So there's tactics that you must know. Like I said, you got to know what a debenture is. You have to know how to raise investment money. You have to understand the stock market a little bit. You have to understand some financial planning. You got to understand the difference between debentures. By the way, a debenture, if you don't know what it is debt. It's a loan. When a company takes a loan, they call it bonds sometimes, and they call it debentures sometimes. Very important strategy. If you want to build something big, Sam Walton built Walmart around debentures. And by understanding debentures, when most of the world didn't, that one piece of knowledge, he turned it into a strategy, he executed specific tactics, and he became the richest man really in history. $160 billion in modern history. I think Rockefeller and some of those guys had the equivalent of about $600 billion. But in the modern world, okay, 160 billion is $160,000 million. And he did it by being able to create a sophisticated plan and knowing the tactics. So beyond this, a lot of you follow this stuff. I want you over, if you, I got free stuff out there that I publish. I put out a book of the day, email. Those are a lot about tactics. Sometimes they're about strategy. Today's call has been a lot of strategy because you got to get the strategy right. And I'll tell you what the difference is, because most people go to tactics. So they buy a book that says, how to flip real estate, for example. Well, I know people will look at 2008. A lot of people bought that book in 2008, and most of the United States went broke buying and flipping real estate. Now, I had learned tactics from my mentors, guys like Alan Nation, Joel Salatin, Mike Murphy, Dr. Gordon Hazard, Mike Steinbach. I've had, 5 solid mentors in a lot of ways, more now, and they showed me the strategy of real estate. So you have to understand how to know when a piece of real estate's worth more or less than you're paying. You want to pay less than it's worth if you can, or at least know there's an appreciation rate. But that's tactics. But I had good strategy, not because I was smart, but because they had given me strategies, and it kept me from doing stupid. And I lost no money in the real estate market, none. It didn't affect me. It was enough. I'm not my main business in real estate investing, but I own multiple pieces of real estate, multiple units across the country. And because I had the right strategy. So today I was giving you the strategy. Strategy is how you think through life. Tactics is how you do it. And here's the difference. There's a story that no one's sure if it's true or not, but it's a cool story. A plane crashed in Colombia, in the jungle of Colombia. And luckily no one was killed in the plane crash, but they crashed in the middle of a huge jungle and nobody knew how to get to help. The radios were destroyed and stuff. So there was a lot of engineers on the plane. Those are usually people good at tactics. So engineers, once you tell them what to do, you give them a plan, they do it. So there was some machetes that were in the storage, the emergency storage of this airplane. So they got the machetes out and they handed them to the engineers. And the engineers figured they weren't sharp. So to cut through, I don't know, I went to a jungle, the densest jungle in the world when I was 16. I went to the Darien jungle in Panama. It's crazy. We went and saw, we were doing dentist charity work. And we went to tribes that had never seen white people. And they lived bow and arrow. It was crazy. We went there and never seen white people, but the first thing they said when I walked up, they said, Michael Jordan. Do you know Michael Jordan? I thought that was crazy. Sports had made it all the way somehow magically to the middle of the Darien jungle. But when I was there, the jungle is so dense that you cannot move. And there's like poisonous snakes. And there was crazy, I remember, I think it was some species of alligators and all this stuff. So basically, when this plane crashed in the middle of the Colombian jungle, without machetes, you're going to die because you can't go anywhere. So the engineers took the 10 machetes or whatever, and they figured out a way to sharpen them. Super, super sharp, okay? And then one of the engineers was a master. He had grown up in a jungle and he showed the guys, there's a specific way you have to hold the machete to chop through a jungle. You know, you don't just go like this or whatever. So he showed him this chopping technique. That's tactics he gave him, okay? A little bit of strategy, but mostly specific things, practical stuff. Chop this way, sharpen this way. So they set out, they said, you guys wait here, we'll try to come back with help. So these dudes start with the machetes, and they're chopping. Now there was one person on the plane who came from a background of ideas, planning, and strategy. And that guy did something that saved everybody on that plane's life. He climbed to the top of a tree. He knew how to climb. He got to the top of the tree. And when he was up there, he yelled down to the machete people. He said, hey guys, you're chopping really well, but I can see the village and it's that way. And you guys are chopping that way. And so what happens is, if you just have a tactic, I invest in real estate, sometimes you're going to be headed that way where the reward is that way. So, and you know what they say is interesting? The people with the machete hate the guy who climbed the tree because they were super into what they were doing. They were like, wah, 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 wah. And you see that. People have bad strategy. You must have the strategy to make sure you chop in the right direction. So for some of you, the right direction is real estate. For some of you, the right direction is to become an entrepreneur. For some of you, there's a type of person called a performer. You're better working inside of a company with other people who are called producers. Producers create new ideas. Like Bill Gates started Microsoft. He was the producer, had the vision, him and Paul Allen. And then this guy named Steve Ballmer came, who was a performer, and he became the CEO. They both became super rich. Bill Gates has about 70 billion, but Steve Jobs has 22 billion. I mean, Steve Ballmer has 22 billion, not too shabby. So some of you, your strategy needs to be work for somebody else or with a business partner or in a team. But don't come too quickly to this tactic side. So that's why today, some people on the call are going to write and be like, I thought you were going to tell me, you know, an exact way of, oh, you take credit cards and you get points and this is how you make more money and you save and you create a budget. All those are tactics and they're important, but I don't have time to do them in a, one afternoon call. But I just want to caution you. You're going to have to go out there and find. I gave you a lot of strategy today. Big picture, new ways of thinking about which road to go on. I took you up that tree where most people are chopping without thinking. I took you up the tree and said, look, there's where you get. You got to know how to motivate yourself, right? You got to have a blend of imagination, vision, and reality short-term daily goals. You have to understand reward and risk. You have to understand that it's not enough to just have an idea, but it's got to be an idea on steroids. That's all mapped out, like when they made the J.R. Tolkien Hobbit movie. It wasn't just an idea. You also remember what we talked about, very important, that you must do something that's reciprocal altruism, that's rare, difficult, relatively. Remember, if you do the strategy right, it won't feel that difficult. It's just difficult for most people. It wasn't that difficult for Bill Gates to do computer programming. He was naturally liked it. But for most people, it's hard. So that's the good news. Kobe Bryant, it's hard for you and I to dunk a basketball. It's pretty easy for him. So it's got to be difficult, rare, and in demand. And then we talk about ideally it should be reciprocal altruism. That's kind of this formula. This is all strategy. Now, there's some of you who are ready to go from strategy to tactics, and I'll maybe give you a few. A real practical tactic I gave was using that Pinterest board. And that, of course, in and of itself isn't going to instantly make you more money. Here's some practical. Let me throw out a few tactics, and then I want to show you guys something. I told you this is a surprise. There's a few different things I want to do, but one of it I want to give for those of you, every time I do a call like this or an in-person conference, I always follow what's called the Pareto principle, 80-20. If there's 1,000 people in the room, about 200 of them are really interested. So I don't know if that's you, but I'm going to focus on you guys who are the most interested. So after I give you a few tactics for making more money. Okay, I'm going to give you the simplest one. If you already have a source of income, get another one. So I never, ever, ever, when I was starting out, only had one source of income. When I was 18, I did an apprenticeship with a guy named Joel Salatin on a farm. I got paid for raising pastured, grass-fed, organic eggs, okay? Not organic, but raised out on pasture, the healthy eggs. So I had that job. And then an opportunity came, and I ran another farm. And I got Joel Salatin to put up the money. We bought cows, and I ran that. And I remember I had 2 sources of income. I made $400 a month here. Then I did that cow thing, and at the end of the year, my net was $12,000 for 1 year work. But now I had 2 sources of income. I took that $12,000 and I used it to travel the world, meet other mentors. So step by step. But that is a simple tactic. If you only have one, get 2 sources of income. Now, if you're already an entrepreneur, you don't need this. This is if you're just at the absolute bottom. Now, people say I don't have time, and I say BS. You don't go look at James Franco, his Wikipedia. Can you pull that up, Ben, and hand me the phone with that? I'm going to read you something about a guy. You guys know who James Franco is? He was in lots of movies. He was just in that Seth Rogen movie. But I want to read you what he does with the same 24 hours that you and I have. Mother Teresa, same 24 hours. The president. I read a thing on Hillary Clinton. Man, you might not agree with her politics, but you'll never meet somebody that gets more done in one day. She has it all mapped out from 10 to 10:15. This is crazy. She does 3 thank you videos a day. Okay, she was the Secretary of State, one of the presidents, George H. Bush Sr. They said he hand wrote more thank you letters than almost any person on the planet. Okay, especially of that level of power. He was the president. He found time. James Franco. If you don't know who he is, I'm sure you'll reckon. Can you see this one? He's the actor. What is his biggest role been? He was just in that. Pineapple Express. The Interview. So here, James Franco. This is what he's currently working on. He's an American actor, filmmaker, teacher. Other projects. Produced and directed a documentary about Saturday Night Live. He taught at NYU University. He was also on the side working in General Hospital. He started a fragrance with Gucci. He did a solo exhibition of art. This is pretty much all in 1 year. He's getting his PhD. He runs a charity. He runs an acting school here. Where is that one list? He hosted the Academy Awards. He did 3 major motion films. Yeah, here's his charity, his education. He dissatisfied with his career. This is actually, he's a major actor. Went back to UCLA as an English major. He received permission to take 62 course credits per quarter instead of 19. Okay? Remember, I don't think college is all bad. When you're focused, university can be awesome. I oppose university where people don't know what they're doing and take the wrong major. So he's taking 62 course credits instead of 19 a quarter. That's pretty insane. At the same time, he did Spider-Man 3. That was a big movie he did. He ended up with his undergrad degree. He got a 4.0, 3.5. He also, while at the university, he also learned French, studied the Holocaust, philosophy of science, American literature. He was selected as, he gave the commencement speech. He moved to New York to simultaneously attend grad school at Columbia University's writing program, New York University's Tisch School of the Art for Filmmaking, and Brooklyn College for Fiction Writing, while also attending the low residency MFA program at North Carolina Warren Wilson. He received his MFA from Columbia, then he became a PhD student at Yale University, while also attending the Rhode Island School of Design. Okay, I'm just getting started. I read a cool book about the USS Jeanette. In the 1800s, they got stuck trying to explore the Arctic. 4 years, 2 years, they were stuck in the ice. They were eating whale blubber and all this. And one of the guys said, I looked up in the stars and I realized it's the same stars for the whole planet. And when I read James Franco, and when I meet people that tell me they don't have time, I'm like, you got the same 24 hours. What planet are you on, buddy? This guy, if you and I do 1/2 of what he did, will have a life well lived. He has the strategy, he has the tactics, and he has time. He also, it's insane if you read the full list of stuff he's doing. And he started a charity. So, for those of you highly interested and you want a tactic, don't tell me you can't have two incomes. You know that Elon Musk started $3 billion companies simultaneously. He's the only person to do that that's alive right now. Somebody else has done it in the 60s, but they're dead now. He started a spaceship company, a solar company, and an electric car company at the same time. He took all of his money, talk about risk reward, he was down to, he told us that he was borrowing money on rent for his house. He spent all 180 million building those companies, or 120 or whatever. So, no excuse, he took risk, same planet. The difference is some people are committed. And if you're in the 67-day mentor program, some people have the worth a damn factor. That's what I call it. One of my mentors, I was about 19, I was in the back of a pickup truck, and I was talking about somebody that I looked up to, and he looked at me and he said, but is he worth a damn? And it took me a long time to realize what he meant. And we all know people that are worth a damn. People who are worth a damn are people who listen to this stuff, these strategies and tactics that I've been talking about today, and actually do them. Instead of just, I'm going to erase this. That's not one I want you guys to start with. Two incomes. Another practical thing, you want to make more money. Cut something out of your life completely. So just do the math of all the things you're doing. What has the least upside, the least reward? For a lot of you, it's video games. Go from 20 hours a week, spend 1 hour a week. Don't lecture me about the health benefits of freaking video games. You want to be thumb coordinated? That's your big thing? You want to brag? Well, but hand-eye coordination goes up. Yeah, but everything else goes down, because if you sit, you degrade the quality of your health, period. I just did a book called Get Up by one of the top Mayo Clinic guys. You're killing yourself. Don't fool yourself by some research that's...
Play on a treadmill.
Yeah, play on a treadmill. But still, what about the opportunity cost? You think James Franco spends 20 hours a week? No, he doesn't dick around. You better take life seriously, man. Life's serious. You don't believe it? You don't believe it, you'll learn it one day. So cut something. Cut the least. I'm not saying no video games. I'm saying logic trumps all things. If you play 20 hours of video games and I play 1 a week, who do you think is going to win? One day you will meet me in business and I will beat you. Not because I'm smarter, but because 19 hours a week times 50 weeks is 1,000 extra hours a year. I'll have whole sets of mastery you won't have, or vice versa. So cut something. Get 2 incomes going. Cut something. Number 3, you better read. And I don't have time to anybody who wants to argue this. It's a good book, Study of Self-Made Billionaires. What's the number one thing? They were surprised that the majority had them in common. Reading. The guy who started Red Bull, you know how he came up with the idea with Red Bull? He was on an airplane and read about the #1 company in Japan, which was a syrupy drink company. That's how he came up with it. You know what Bill Gates says he does for vacations? He takes reading vacations. Take 20, 30 books with them. You know what Warren Buffett says he does all day? 3rd richest man in the world. He reads 8 hours a day. He has 155 IQ. He keeps $20 billion in cash. His net worth is almost $70 billion. He owns a $300 billion company, and he needs to read 8 hours a day. But then I meet poor people who are like, I don't need to read. I'm like, how cocky are you? Warren Buffett's genius IQ, and he needs to read, but you don't. I'm like, okay, I get it. You don't. You're the exception to the rule. All the people who succeed read a lot. They really do. It's mind-blowing. I read Mike Tyson's autobiography. You know, the #1 boxer. You know what I thought was insane? He reads so much. So smart. When you meet these people, I was hanging out with Jimmy Kimmel the other day, 2 nights ago. These guys are sharp. Everybody, I'm going to put out, when Star Wars come out, I'll put out a little interview I did with J.J. Abrams, most powerful guy in this town. They read. They read. He talks about it. They all talk about it. So the average CEO, you talked about being a CEO, the average CEO reads 50 books a year. And they're not reading Harry Potter, by the way. They're reading stuff that will bring them benefit to their life. So that's 1 a week. Even if you can't do that, at least 1 a month. That's 12 a year, minimum. Remember, my cousin's a Division I soccer player at one of the top schools. She said, so what's the best thing you learned? She said, my coach said, you get out what you put in. So you read 12 books? That's cool. It's not as good as reading 50. You pick where you want your life to cap. You want your life to cap there? You want your income to cap there? Just do that much. You want to go up here? You better do more. What Charlie Munger said is my favorite quote of all time. He's a self-made billionaire, Warren Buffett's business partner. He said, to get what you want, you have to deserve what you want. The world's not yet a crazy enough place to reward a whole bunch of undeserving people. A lot of people's plan for making money is government programs. Government, newsflash, government doesn't care about you. Nameless, faceless entities will never care about you. Look, the way I look at it, your parents don't even care that much about you. That's a hard message for me to say. But if your parents really cared, it's not what you say, it's what you do. Why wouldn't our parents, and I'm not demeaning parents, but I'm doing a zoomed out view. What kind of parent has you be 18 years old and know nothing about money? Didn't they have 18 years to prepare? See, the parent would have had to read the books. The parent would have had to do this stuff. But parents, you know what the requirement to be a parent is? You know how to have sex. That's it. So being a parent is a lot easier than people think, and that's why there's a lot of bad parents out there. So for some of you, your parents are great people, but when it comes to teaching you about money, they failed. And so you can either be mad at your parents, which I don't recommend doing because it's water under the bridge. It's not like they did it out of spite. They didn't know. Somebody didn't teach them. You got to break the cycle for yourself. And so 2 incomes, cut something, read more. Now, this one is the last one I'm going to say. And this is part of what I was saying for 20% of you on here. The most interested, not everybody, because this is too tough of a message for most people. I'm going to show you the practical, tactical way, the trump card of all tactics. And I guarantee you've never heard this anywhere else. And if you only remember one thing from everything I say today, it probably should be this. That's why I save the best for last. A lot of times I'll put the best stuff at the end. I do little stories at the front and put the good stuff for because we're 2 hours in. All the people not really interested, they'll already be off the call. They don't get the best stuff. This, if you really understand this, will change your life. Look, your mom and dad, assuming they were just average income earners. So let's say they're going to make, let's say your family combined made 60, let's go low. Let's just say they made $40,000 a year combined, okay? And the average person, let's say, works 25 to 55, even longer. Let's just go conservative, 30 years. So that means 1.2 million bucks. That's what your mom, dad already had the equivalent revenue over their course of life to be a millionaire. What's the problem? You got to spend money, right, to live. So let's follow the money trail. What happens with money? So spending creates wealth. So your mom, dad, aunt, uncle, you've made, almost every person in the Western world will make at least $1 million in their lifetime. Okay, so where'd the money go? Well, this rule trumps all. It created wealth because you had to spend it. So what do you do with money? Well, the first thing you can do is go, I'm not going to spend it. Forget that, Tai. My mom told me to save it. So let's say you don't trust banks. So you put it in a mattress. Boom, put the money in there. Awesome. Guess what happens? The economy spends your money for you in the form of inflation. Every year, between 1 to 3% of what you have decreases in value because the cost of living goes up. Back in the 20s, you could buy bread for a nickel. Now it's, $2 or something. So if you put the money under the mattress, the economy spends, let's say, at about 3%. So if you put $1,000 in there, you lose $30 in a year. It's going down. Now, let's say you're smarter than that. You're like, I don't want to put a mattress. So you put it in a bank savings. Well, the bank pays you interest now about 1%, but the economy's spending your money at 3%. So you're going down negative 2% every year. Now, let's say, okay, so you go, now, you should still save. You should still have saving because savings are for a rainy day. But saving doesn't create wealth. You didn't create wealth. In fact, your savings, and I keep money in cash. I don't keep it in a mattress, but I keep it in a bank, and it only gets 1% interest in sometime in the account. So I know that in real dollars I'm losing money, but that's okay. It's my rainy day money, and you need to have rainy day money. I have a program, a 67-day money program, entrepreneur program, this more advanced program that I have, and I talk about how to divide up your money. But that's the basic 1-minute view of it. Now, the second thing you can do, and most people, by the way, in America, the average savings is 2 to 4%. So people who make $100,000 a year, on average, they only save 2 to 4,000. So not much. Even in Germany, where they save a lot, it's like 20% savings. So out of 100,000, still only saving 20,000. So no wealth's being created there. You're creating wealth for the economy. When you give the money to the bank, and they give you 1%, they loan it out for like 7% or 10%. So guess who you're creating wealth for? The bank. The bank, your money is being spent, and it's creating wealth, but not for you. Now, it's not necessarily a scam. It's just how the system goes. So you created wealth for the bank. Many banks are private, some are public. You're creating wealth for the shareholders, people you don't know. Number 2, you can do what I call RRD spending. It's what a lot of people do, and this is where most of the money was spent by your parents, grandparents, and for you. RRD stands for rust, rot, and depreciate. Perfect example. So what do people do when they make more money? Well, in America, the average person who doesn't have much money still has a $30,000 car loan. So you buy a car. And cars are great, but they don't create wealth for you. They create wealth for Toyota. They create wealth for Lamborghini. Cars, like I have Ferrari and Lamborghini, I don't think that those are creating wealth for me. It's not like, ooh, I'll be able to sell these cars for double the money. No, maybe they'll hold value. Ferraris hold value better than most cars, but there's no wealth created. And if you buy a freaking $30,000 car, the day you buy that car, it goes down at least 30% in value just driving off the lot, depreciation. A lot of people buy electronics. You get your TV, you get all that. That's great. What's the price of a TV after it's been in your house for 6 months? It depreciated. People buy clothes. That's great. What's the value of a 200 pair of jeans after you've worn them once and washed them once? They ain't $200. So who'd you create wealth for? Well, electronic companies, some of the biggest companies in the world. Car companies, some of the biggest companies in the world. You're creating wealth, just not for you. Your mom took the 1.2 and she didn't create wealth for herself here, didn't create it here. Clothes. Some of the wealthiest billionaires in the world are in the clothing industry. People get their haircut. I was just reading about Paul Mitchell. It's great. You need to get your haircut and all that. You need to put all this fancy shampoo. He became a multi-billionaire from one little shampoo thing. So most people, now let's take a bigger one, rent. Or even buying a house. So let's say you rent. Say your rent's $1,000 a month. Okay, that's great. Let's follow the money. You're spending. Is it creating wealth for you? No. The money goes to who? The landlord. The landlord might have a loan. So he has to pay Bank of America. Bank of America takes that money and gives it back to shareholders. So if you follow the money, your rent is making wealth over here. You're here, they're there. If video game, name it. Music. People love music. They'll defend music to the end. I'm like, okay, that's good. Music. Russell Brand and Katy Perry are my next door neighbor. They have a multi-million-dollar house in the Hollywood Hills. They thank you for your buying their music. You spent your wealth. You made it. They ain't complaining. What's another thing? You know what people spend the most? What's more money spent on in terms of entertainment than sports, movies, and TV combined? You know what it is? Video games. Video games has passed all 3 of those combined. All sports in America, all movies, they don't trump video games. So let me tell you a true story about video games. One of my friends lives here. He actually has a show about him on NBC now. He's the largest shareholder of Grand Theft Auto, which is about the biggest video game there is, GTA. When GTA 6, was that the most recent one that came out? 5, when that came out recently, this is last year, I think it came out, last summer or something. He took me to sushi right here, literally 100 feet from where I'm talking to you right now, and went to sushi. And I said, what are you doing? He's like, oh yeah, Grand Theft Auto came out. We made like $1 billion this week. I'm the largest shareholder. I don't know if he still is, but one of the largest. And he's like, I got that new Ferrari, and I'm going on a yacht. I think he bought a yacht in Miami. He was headed. And when I first met him a long time ago, we were talking about, I said, why don't we do a house party at your house? Because I do big parties at my house, like 500 people were there. I said, let's do one at your house. And he said, no, man, I have $20 million of Fabergé eggs in my living room. We can't do a party. He has a 27-car garage. 27. It's funny, I've been in his, I actually have a picture on my Instagram, a video that night when we bought the Ferrari, and he was driving it down, talking about, I don't know if he talked about Grand Theft, but he was excited for another car for his 27-car garage. And but before that, when he drives an armored car. It has Barabbas steel, so it can take. He goes, this can take a direct hit from an RPG, and I'm like, I ain't getting in the car if you're expecting an RPG to be shot, or he's like, a machine gun can't go through this, but it's pretty cool. It says Barabbas. It's a big B. It's a Mercedes, a special Mercedes. So all you guys who spend money on video games, you created wealth, and he salutes you. Trust me, he loves you. He's like, please, don't give this talk, Tai. It's like, it's how I get rich. I was there, J.J. Abrams. J.J. Abrams make a movie called Star Wars. Everybody watch it. He lives a great life, man. But people don't live a great life. You might not be great life. So you got to reverse this trend. So there's only one thing left, and that's, so you got savings, you have RRD, living expenses, okay? And then you have investment. This, if you can guess, is by far the best, but they're different kind of investment. Let's say you invest in your 401k in the stock market. Okay, so you invest. What's the average return on the stock market? If you're good, let's say averaged, because the average person invests in the stock market makes 0% because they sell when they should buy and buy when they should sell. But just say you're above average. So you get the index returns. Let's just say it's 7%. Okay, depending on what you invest in, you're going to lose, even in no-load funds, there's still fees. So let's say you lose a point there. And let's say, yeah, so you lose 1%, minus 1. Taxes, depending on if they're short-term, long-term, if it's dividends made out, let's just say you lose another 1%, okay, on average. If it's in a tax-sheltered account or a retirement account, you might not have that. And then inflation's about 3. So what's real growth? You want to look at real is what matters. So if your cost of your living doubles and your income only goes up that much, you're losing out. So 7 minus 1, and 3 is 2%. So real wealth created for you in your account is 2%. Let me put that in perspective. That means if you put $10,000 into account, in 36 years, you'll have $20,000. Okay? So if you're happy with that, you're like, I'm great with that. I'm going to put every $1,000. You put $1,000 in 36 years later, in terms of real growth, you'll have $2,000. You think you're going to really create wealth? Maybe if your goal is to be wealthy at 93, that's a great way to do it. So these things, you should do these. Don't get me wrong, but you shouldn't have it twisted up in your head and go, that's where wealth is created. Even real estate, the only reason real estate makes more money is because you leverage. Real returns on real estate are like 4%, but when you leverage it by borrowing money. Now, there's one kind of investment, though, that has a, what? Oh, 1%. Ben needs his phone. There is one thing you guys could do. That's a trump card investment. So you're spending money here. You make a little bit of wealth growth, 2%. Here, no wealth growth. Here, wealth lost. This is where all that 1.2 million went. Now, some of these you still have to do, okay? I'm not saying you can cut all of these. Although, Joel Salatin, my first mentor, he goes, you know, everybody wants to have what I have now. You know, he's got health, wealth, love, happiness, all this stuff. He's a multimillionaire kind of, he didn't even care about money, he became one. He's like, but not everybody wants to remember where the first 10 years when I was getting started, I just had a $500 car. I spent $500 a year on cars. That's it. Not everybody wants to be me now, but they don't want to be when I lived in when me and my wife got married, we lived in our parents' attic for a few years so we could save more money. See, you can cut some of these. Joel's entire life spend on video games is $0. Music, probably $1, because he listens to the radio. Hair, they cut their own hair. Clothes, Joel literally, it's funny, whenever you meet Joel Soutson on his farm, he has a little name tag, but it's somebody else's name because they get their clothes from these thrift store things, and it's just like somebody else's shirt. He thinks it's funny. Car, whatever. So restaurant depreciate. So investments, they do some, but what's the real thing that makes you money? There's only 2 investments that make you real money, for the most part. I'm going to need another one of these guys. So number 1, and this is by far the best one, without a doubt. This takes people from $0 in their bank account to $1 billion. Knowledge. So let me ask you a question. Your parents, friends, grandparents. You. Take all the money you made last year. How much did you spend on knowledge? So for me, if you're in the 67-day mentor, I once added up like Amazon. I probably spent, one year I spent $32,000 on Amazon, mostly on knowledge stuff, books, stuff like that. The first $12,000 I ever made in a business, I spent completely traveling around the world finding mentors. I went to Tasmania, Australia to meet this guy, Bill Mollison. I had read a book about permaculture. It was how to create systems. And he was a famous guy, and I went all the way to Tasmania, and I got there, and he was kind of a crazy guy. I was disappointed. It was an experiment that I did. I ran out of money in New Zealand. I had to shear sheep to get enough money to get an airplane, and I remember I went to Japan, Ireland, to get back from New Zealand back to the United States. And so that was money spent on knowledge. What does that do? Well, you can spend, look, that $150 book by Charlie Munger, that has the potential to make somebody $1 billion because he made $1 billion with that knowledge. That's a good return. You spend $150, now you might not become a billionaire from that, but you got the ingredients now. What if you make $1,000? $150, if you put in $150 and you made $1,000, or let's say $1,500 just to be around, what's that return? You 10x'd your money. The best investors in the world, Silicon Valley, Peter Thiel, all of Sequoia, if they can 10x and they want to 10x their money in 7 years, it won't take you 7 years to read that book, and I guarantee you give you $1,500 of value. Some of you are on the 67, some of the programs I have, the 67-day mentor. A kid wrote me, he actually got into one of the more advanced programs. He just wrote this morning, where is that one? I get testimonies every day. This guy closed an $8.3 million deal. Now, he doesn't make $8.3 million. He said he made an extra, I don't know, $10,000, $20,000 bucks. He said, I was in one of the persuasion programs where you were talking about the science of marketing and persuasion. He didn't pay $10,000, and he made an extra $10,000 in 1 week. There's a kid that went in a knowledge-based program that we have, Matt Posius. The first time I met him, now he flies here all the time, about 3 times a year. He's in my Inner Circle program. First thing I ever got from him, he joined the program. I had one of the programs that I'm going to give an application to now if you want to get in. He was one of the first people to join it. He got in the beta program. It was less expensive. All my programs go up as I see there's value in it. And he got in it, and it was a cool story. He said, I got an email. He said, I make about $2,000 a day with my business, about $60,000 a month, okay? And now I've upped my income from one technique, knowledge, one piece of knowledge that I learned. I'm making $6,200 a day. So an extra $4,000 a day. That's an extra $1 million a year. And then it was a long email. Then I got to the bottom. This is why it stands out. This was like in November last year. And I've gotten lots of other ones, but this one stands out because he goes, I feel like I don't know everything. Sometimes I feel intimidated because I'm thinking this kid, this guy is making $6,000 a day. That's $200,000 a month. That's a good income. And he said, and this is all profit basically, okay? He didn't have many expenses. And he goes, and I'm 19, by the way, and I live in Lithuania. So sometimes people are like, you can only make money in California, Todd. Well, you live in Hollywood, easy for you. He lives in Lithuania. I've been to Lithuania. Now it's gotten a little more money, but it was a poor Eastern Bloc country that went through 60 years of the Cold War and communism. 19. That's the potential that knowledge has. He's, going to make $1 million or something like that. You know what $1 million in Lithuania is like? You met him, actually. He was here. He flies out here. So knowledge is the greatest investment. So you should be spending 30% of all the money you have on knowledge. That's my rule of thumb. You really want to play with the big boys? And I practice what I preach. You should spend 30% of your disposable income. You might not be able to spend 30% at all. So what things, practical things? Well, I already said books, but what else? Conferences. Seminars. You know what? People ask me my exact story. I'm going to tell you the exact thing that I did exactly to make money. It was 2001. I was just starting out. Some of you, I won't tell you, some of you already seen my full story. I'll tell you this is a part that I don't always have time to tell. I got this guy, Mike Steinbach, gave me a chance. Mentor. In fact, I just talked to him 2 days ago. We still keep in touch. And he said, because now a lot of people call his office to make sure he's a real person, because I say his full name. And good thing he's a social person, because I've given out other people's names, and they're like, Tai, you can't say my name. Like in our email, I know my video, I have like testimonial emails. A lot of people had to delete. There was one girl said she was getting 1,000 emails a week being like, are you a real person? But Mike loves it. He likes attention, so it's good that he's okay with people calling him. But Mike said, basically had me cold calling people, which is the hardest way to make money. Just like call about their health insurance. So I was like, I didn't know how to make any money. But what happened is 2001, Google was just starting, basically. And I saw an ad for a program by a guy named Corey Rudel, who died since then, tragically. But he was like 28, making $8 million a year with an internet-based business. And you can Google him. This is a cool dude. And he had a program. And I remember it was about $300. And at this time, I'd just come from sleeping on my mom's couch. I was making a teeny bit of money. But I remember I had like $300 in my bank account. It was almost all of what it was. And there were some upgrades and stuff. So I think the whole package was like $500 because I took the different upgrades. And I remember, but I learned from my mentors before then. Guys like Joel Salatin, they weren't money mentors, but they were mindset. And I remember thinking that I had the risk. I said, what if this gives me something that makes me a lot of money? And I miss it because I don't spend the $300. So I had no problem. I remember being like, it's all the money I have, but hopefully this works. I spent the $300, and I don't remember anything that course taught me now, except one thing, that there's a new way to advertise called Google AdWords. And I was one of the first people to ever advertise on the internet. Why? Because I got the knowledge from this kid, Corey Rudel, who was like 28. He wasn't even old. He died in a car crash in San Diego years later. He had so much money, he had all these fancy cars. He had a Porsche, drove it into the side of a cliff. That's why I don't race these Ferraris. I'm like, the worst thing you do is figure out how to finally make money, and then you die, enjoying the stuff that you had. But he's an awesome dude, was a mentor. I never met him in person. I still have his book. He wrote a book you can get on Amazon. It's about, he made his money selling a book called, in a program called Car Secrets. It was for people how to negotiate and buy a car at good price. Then he made a program of how he had marketed that, and that's what I bought for $300. But I still keep that little paperback book as like a memorial to that guy because he really helped me. But I don't remember, he only gave me one nugget. I don't remember the rest. Like he talked, it was a huge program. It came in the mail. It was like a notebook and printing. And I think I've lost it, unfortunately, but Google AdWords. And I became one of the first people to ever advertise financial stuff, insurance, health, investments on the internet. And that took me from just making cold calls. And within 3 months, at the time I was working affiliated with GE Capital. I was working for GE. And the CEO of GE Financial, a guy named John McGilchrist out of Atlanta, who was the CEO of the region, the South. I was living in North Carolina. He called me. He's like, this is Tai. This is John. I'm the CEO. They were like the CEOs on the line. I'm like, oh man. GE at that time was the biggest company in the world. So one of their CEOs calling you was a big deal. And he goes, hey Tai, I just want to make sure about something because we don't want any weird stuff going on in the company. The average person is submitting in commissions $2,000 a week, okay? The average person, financial advisor. And you submitted, I think it was either $30,000 or $60,000 in commission this week. What are you doing? We just want to make sure this is for real. And I was like, it's all for real. And I didn't want to tell him what I was doing. We're now friends, but I've told him now. But I was like, oh, then someone else is going to know how to do the internet advertising. But I was like, no, it's all legit. I just found a way to get 10 people a day to want to do business from me. That was all from me taking that one nugget that I spent money on. So I'm telling you from my own practical thing. And then I went out and I bought a program from Carlton Sheets. I think he's still alive, I think, an old guy. He has a program on how to invest in real estate. And it was like $200 plus add-ons was $500. That was when I saved up a little money. And I was like, this course thing is working. And I bought Carlton Sheets. And then the kicker on that, it was $197 a month. And I remember being like, holy crap, I did not have $197 a month, but I stuck with it and I paid it off. And I don't remember anything I learned except one thing. Don't be intimidated. Real estate's not that complicated. And that's why now, I'm not a big real estate developer, but I started a real estate development company. I do it less now, but I never lost money in real estate. Now, I haven't made billions like Donald Trump, but I make, it's a good diversification for what I do. And it's because before I grew up with a single mom. So I didn't grow up with, I didn't grow into a family that knew about money. And so I was intimidated by this stuff. So that one program, I don't remember anything it taught me, but that one little nugget was, I remember reading and being like, this ain't that complicated. So, and I bought other programs. I bought Donald Trump had a program. I began to buy books. I bought you that Donald Trump thing for your birthday. Remember that? I bought Tony Robbins programs. I've spent money. I've traveled the world, seminars, books, programs. I buy any one that I can now. Any one if I see. People in my office, I'm like, if it looks good, buy it. Yesterday, we were actually trying to redesign the website, and I was with my head of my programming, Peter, and he was pulled up a competitor's site, and I was like, what do they do? How does their design look? Let's just get some ideas. And he's like, oh, it's like whatever, I forget the price, $500 or $200 or something to get in there. I'm like, just pay. Like, that's the mentality. Like, I will pay for knowledge. And so what happens is nobody spends their money on that. And sometimes you're going to buy a book that doesn't help you much, but I've never spent $10 on a book that I didn't get $10 back. I've been to so many conferences. I think people should go to one conference a month. I think college is okay. I think the way you should do college, take one class a semester for the rest of your life. What did Bruce Lee say? I don't fear the man with 1,000 kicks. I fear the man who does one kick a day for 1,000 days. I don't fear somebody who reads one book or even 100 books in one day. You're not going to remember. I fear a guy who reads one book a day.
There's a great source too, Coursera.
Yeah, Coursera, Lynda, there's so many things. Masterminds, if you've never been to a mastermind, there's programs where you get around a whole bunch of entrepreneurs. There's societies, there's young entrepreneurs thing. You better be spending money because either you spend money here or you spend it on what's on that page before. And every one of those things, you're just making other people rich. So go ahead. Like I said, my friend, he literally is like, Tai, get people to buy Grand Theft Auto. He's like, it's hard to put 27 cars. He's not even old. He's in his 30s. 27 car garage, man. All those poor people and people that are struggling financially, they still find the money to buy Grand Theft Auto and make him rich. That's the scam. And the only way to reverse it is knowledge-based stuff. There's another thing, but I don't have time to talk about it right now. But this is one. So, can you bring the other white thing while I'm talking? So, one practical thing. So, like I said, about 20% of you, this is what I want to show you that I said for those of you who stay to the end, get this opportunity, not the people who can't focus. So empathetic imagination, which basically says, do unto others what you wish someone had done unto you. Reed Hastings started Netflix by going, I wish I didn't have these late fees. I wish somebody had, I could have just bought these in the mail. So he built that. Bill Gates and Steve Jobs are like, I wish I had a computer at my house. And so they build a business around it. So one of the things that I wish that I had had was mentors, knowledge of mentors. And a lot of you, not all of you, are in the program that I have. We used to call it 67 steps, but now I like the 67-day word better. That's kind of the brand, 67 Day. Mentor program. So a lot of you have been through that. It's one video a day, and it teaches you the mindset that I learned from my mentors. Now, that's what all I've had for a long time, because this isn't my only business doing this. I'm also an investor. I also have other stuff that I'm working on. So one of the most common requests I get is one about kind of what I've been talking about today. Like, tell us everything that you've learned from other people, your mentors, books, your life experience about a very important subject, money. So today I gave just as much as I can give in a couple hours, but I can't tell everybody everything. It's just not possible in 2 hours. So I created a program that's called the 67-Day Money Program. Man, if someone had given me that at 18 years old, I'd pay $1 million. If I didn't have $1 million, but if I had, I would drop $1 million on what? Some of you are already in that program. I'm going to give some of you a chance to get into that. Not everybody, but that, and it's cool. When it's interesting, as I recorded, it's one video a day. They're about 15-minute videos. If you're not willing to spend 15 minutes a day on your own self, there's no hope for you. Because sometimes I meet people like that. They're like, I ain't gonna read. I'm like, well, what do you think? Are you the guy that goes to a gym and goes, I want to hire a physical trainer? I want to hire a personal trainer, and I want them to work out for me while I sit on the couch? You can't do that. You have to do it. You can't hire someone else. So if you're not willing to spend 15 minutes, and about 80% of the people in the world aren't. That's what I said. For 20% of you, if you're willing to spend 15 minutes a day for 2.5 months, and if you miss a day, it's not a big deal. It's the minimum is 67 days. If you need a little longer, that's fine. Some of you are in the other programs. You can skip around. But basically about 5 videos a week you need to watch. Then another question is, Tai, how did you become an entrepreneur? How do you start your own business? So I created a 67-day entrepreneur program. These are different. This one's about money. Even if you don't want to be an entrepreneur, you just want to know money. If you want to know how to be an entrepreneur, there's a program, and there's there's 2 other ones. One of them is invitation only. It's the Inner Circle, so I don't offer that. That's for the people who basically graduate or are already making $1 million a year. Then I have the whole a lot of people ask me, because I'm known as one of the top marketers now in the world. Okay, and marketing is not a dirty word. It's not manipulation. It is the essential part of any business. Steve Jobs, Apple would have been nothing if they hadn't been able to market it. Marketing is conveying the message to other people. There's that saying, if a tree falls in the woods, does it make any noise? And the answer is, who cares? So if you have a great idea, you know how to make money, you know how to start a business, if you don't know how to market and persuade, who cares? There's millions of ideas that have just died on the table. It's like in movies. You got to know how to get people to the movie theater. That's not manipulation. You show a cool trailer. I went with the directors. We went and saw Jurassic World, and they use marketing. And you have to know how to be persuasive. So I created a program for that. So the way it works, if you would like to get in, okay? Oh, by the way, some of you won't be able to afford to be in these programs because these aren't free. I like to give lots of stuff. I give 80% away of what I do for free, but I keep 20% special stuff for people who pay because I paid and it's only fair. Sometimes people are like, you should give everything away for free. I'm like, are you the kind of dude who walks in a Subway, grabs a sandwich and go, peace out, I'm not paying? They gave you value, and it's funny, people will pay for crap food. The average person spends $80 a month in the United States on coffee. Average person going to, let's say, Starbucks or Coffee Bean, $80 a month. That's $1,000 a year. You know Howard Schultz is one of the richest people in the world, right? All those people making Howard Schultz rich. Because even if you like coffee, you can make it at home for like $10 a month and have better quality. That extra 70 premium, that's called the Make Schultz, the owner of Starbucks, almost the richest man in the world, fund. That's what people do. So people don't complain about paying at Starbucks, but when I'm like, here, I'm going to show you how you can make more money, people are like, well, I want that for free. Well, I'm like, whatever. Go try to get it for free. I stopped justifying everything I do, but I'm very fair. I'm like, did I pay for it? Yes. So then that means other people can pay for it. Do I pay for stupider stuff? Yes. That means people can pay for smarter stuff. And like I said, 80% of people aren't tough enough for that. I'm like, okay, that's fine, man. Go on YouTube, try to figure it out yourself. Most of it's garbage. I've looked. I wish YouTube had a, like I play piano. Try to Google how to learn to play piano on YouTube. There's 10,000 random videos, most of them nothing. I wish the education system had this built in and you had learned it already, but it's not there yet. So the way it's going to work is, but some of you can't afford it. If you can't afford it, that's okay. Okay, so here's your options to get knowledge. You realize, everybody who did big things got knowledge. You can go out and self-educate. And for those of you who don't have any money, you're completely broke, you're going to have to do this right now. Just like if you have no money, you can't get money, a sandwich at Subway. They're going to be like, no, you need money. So you're going to have to go out and grow a garden. You can do that for free, or basically. So self-education. And there's a lot of pros and cons, like pros, cons. Benjamin Franklin said to make decisions, do it this way. Or Thomas Jefferson, I forget which one. Or maybe it was Edison. Pros of self-learning. It's cheap. But every action has an opposite and equal reaction. You know what the downside of cheap is? How many books have you bought that you never finished? Anything you get for cheap, you don't value. Somebody gave me tickets to a Hollywood Bowl big concert here. And it was like, I found out I'll tell you the worst example, a better analogy. A girl that I know is an Academy Award judge. And she had mentioned to me like, oh yeah, I think I can get Academy Award tickets for you. But they were free for me, so I wasn't paying attention. I don't always check my voicemail every day. 2 days after the Academy Awards, it was a voicemail. It's like, hey, Tai. She had left this before the Academy Awards, but I didn't listen to it till 2 days after. She goes, I got tickets. I got you that ticket for the Academy Awards. You want to go? 2 times that happened. And I didn't listen to it and missed out the Academy Award. If I had paid, the average ticket, if you want to buy a ticket at the Academy Awards, it's about $60,000 if you want to. So if I had paid $60,000, I guarantee you I would check my voicemail. And that same thing happened with Donald Trump. My friend Hal, I don't know if you were here, Herman. I didn't check my voicemail. This was after the Academy Awards. You think I would have learned my lesson. I get a voicemail, and it's my friend is a big PR guy here, Hal. And he was like, dude, I got the best thing ever. There was a club here. I forget what it was called. It's now called Greystone Manor. It used to be a different one. And he goes, I'm going to a club tonight, me and Donald Trump, just us two. And I want you to go because I know you like Donald Trump stuff. Of course, I didn't listen to this till like 3 days after they actually went. Then, after the club, I got another voicemail. There was 2 voicemails on a thing. He's like, dude, he's taking just me to Vegas in his jet. You want to come? They didn't listen. If I had paid to hang out with Donald Trump, I would have shown up. I would have been there an hour early. I would have had a tux on. What you don't pay for, you don't value. So the reason people buy books and never read them is because books are underpriced. I'll tell you, this book should be $400 because when you bought it, you would read every page. And so what happens, this is a gangster quality book, and nobody reads it. I've already told everyone in my office to read it. It's only $10. So the con is psychologically, you don't value. You can do it at your own pace. That's a pro. Like if you're busy at work and you had kids, okay, you can read when you have time. What's the con of do it at your own pace? You know what most people's pace for reading a book is? 1 page, maybe 2 pages, then 0. The pace is nothing. So again, you don't stick with it if it's not on a schedule. So again, some of you, I still do some self-education. What's another thing? Big problem. A big pro is the curriculum. So like you can pick your curriculum. So if you know what you're doing, there's 130 million books have been written. There's thousands of seminars and conferences around the world every day. Okay, every day. So the upside is you got a huge choice. The downside is people pick wrong. Man, when I see the stuff that people are learning from, I'm like, are you insane? I did a talk of 800 entrepreneurs at the LA Convention Center last August. I said, who here has read some of these books? I held up The Lean Startup. I held up 4-Hour Work Week, all this stuff. 9 out of 800 people, I'd say 790 people raised their hands to every one of those books. Then I raised a little book called Made in America by Sam Walton. I said, who read this book? 0. And I said, let me get this straight. These guys over here who wrote these popular books, popular quote unquote, that are on the front of Amazon and bookstore, these guys maybe figured out how to make, I think 4 Hour Work Week, he said he was making $70,000 a month, okay? $70,000 a month. This guy over here wrote a book, and he made a $400 billion company and made $160,000 million. Why would you have read? Why would everyone in this place have read that book? Well, because the con is people don't know how to pick their own curriculum. I didn't either. I could save 10 years off my learning curve had someone else picked a better curriculum for me. So there's a lot of pros of self-learning. There's a lot of cons. The next thing, you have another option, which is, well, yes.
TED Talks on that, so.
Yeah, TED Talks, you got YouTube. But the cons are, look, I did one of the top TEDx talks of all time. It's the fastest growing one right now in the world. I don't really like TEDx talks. That's my dirty secret. Or TED Talk. I don't listen to that much of them because there's so many better experts to learn from, and a lot of it's more like what I call dopamine entertainment. There's no value. It's more entertaining. But they're not bad, don't get me wrong. I'm probably going to get in trouble. I'm going to remove my talk from TED if I say that too much. But okay, formal learning. So some of you are like, I'm going to go to school, I'm going to get an MBA or whatever. What's the pros? So the pros of that are basically everything that's a con here becomes a pro here. So the pro is you pay for it. I spoke at USC this year. I went down and spoke, or last year at USC, and it was all these top entrepreneurs, and a kid came up to me, he's like, I couldn't qualify, my parents make too much money, and for 4 years, it's $267,000 for undergrad. And I was going, are you sure that's a good number to spend? $267,000? So the con is expensive. The pro is, because he pay, how often do you think he missed a class? He doesn't miss classes. He shows up. His mom will make sure of it. So when you pay for stuff, formal, that's a pro. People show up. People rarely, that's why they don't take attendance at college. You know, they take attendance in junior high and high school. You know why? Part of it is the law, and part of it's because no one's paying. So if kids had their choice, they're out. If you're in college, you're usually taking on debt, or your parents paying, so you show up. So it's a pro, but the con is a lot of us, you can't afford. I spoke at the #2 business school in the world, London Business School, last year. And that's an expensive school. It's like £100,000 or something for a year or two. So not everybody can get in. Formal, it's on a timer. Like you have set, okay, by this semester you got to learn this. So that's a pro because it keeps you sticking with it. The con is a lot of us live busy lives. Like the reason I don't take more college classes, I got to drive to UCLA or USC. It's inconvenient, so that's a con. The other pro is curriculum, and another pro is you get a professor you can ask questions. So you get a teacher/mentor. Okay, so there's pros. I won't go through it. Now, here's what I think the future is, and this is how I'm building everything that I'm doing. The future is a combination of these into a hybrid. And right here, this hybrid will change your life. This will change the world. And it's already starting to. Last year, online education was a $54 billion company. They just published a big research study. You can Google it. It's $107 billion. It's going to pass $1 trillion, I predict, over the next decade or two. Because what's happening is people want all the pros of this without the cons, and they want all the pros of this without the cons. And that's this hybrid way. And that's this new movement that I believe I'm lucky enough to be one of the people that's here at the beginning. I didn't invent it, but I'm one of the big people pushing this movement. So the way that it works out, if some of you guys want to get into this program, if you see the value for this stuff, you want to double down and invest in yourself. Invest not in making other people rich. See, when I bought this book, okay, or any of these books, here's Arnold Schwarzenegger's book. When I bought Arnold's book, I made him rich because this has been a best-selling book, okay? And this book's this is a $20 book. So if 1 million people buy this, we made him $20 million. But remember I said it's reciprocal altruism. So spending to make other people rich is fine as long as they reciprocate back. The problem with video games is you spend, what does a video game cost? Like, so you spend 60, what's the value in real economic terms? Don't tell me about your hand-eye coordination crap. Bruce Lee said, consistent. So your obligation is be willing to spend 15 minutes a day on yourself listening or watching something. And then there'll be a little, not an assignment, it's not homework or anything like that, just a thought experiment. You do that and you stick with that, and I guarantee you, literally, I guarantee you, it will be worth a lot more than you spent. And when I say I guarantee, I don't use that word lightly. The reason that most of university is a scam, and believe it or not, I've been saying this for about a year. Sometimes people are crazy. I just read a book by Stiglitz. Now, if you don't know who Stiglitz is, he won a Nobel Prize for economics. Not a random guy, a lot more prestigious academically than me. He has a long essay on the reason that universities are scams. And he said, because there's no refund. Second you have refunds, guess what universities would do? There'd still be universities. Universities didn't go anywhere. Colleges would screen you and be like, are you sure you want to take Spanish? One of my brothers took Spanish. I'm like, yeah, you sure you want to take Spanish? Because you can also learn Spanish by going to Spain and get a job, and then you learn and get paid. Doesn't seem like a great, maybe you go for Spanish if you want to be a literature professor. He didn't want to. And if the university had a refund policy, they'd be like, we're not going to let you in because you're going to want your money back at the end of the 4 years. Okay? So every program that I have that people pay money, I have a completely open refund policy. Okay? I don't even, technically we say it's 60 days. I don't really work that way. Basically, if someone wants their money back, we give it. Now, if you come back 2 years from now of completing the courses, we can't even refund you the money, by the way. That's the way that credit cards work. So, but basically, I guarantee it. What's the risk-reward ratio of something that's guaranteed? You would always do it. if someone said, hey, Jeff Bezos, quit your job, borrow $70,000, start Amazon, and if it doesn't work out, I'll give you your $270,000 back. That's the simplest decision ever. Books. You can refund these books, but people still won't buy them. I'm like, buy the $150 book, man. Return it if you don't like it. Walmart, Sam Walton built his whole business, biggest business, really retail business in history of humans. You can return without a receipt. So I like that model. I think it's ethical, and I think it's fair, and it also forces me to make sure what you're about to get access to has massive value. So you watch, so it has the curriculum. So that's number one thing you're about to get. That curriculum, 67 videos, will change your life. I guarantee it. Financially, I guarantee it. Number two, twice a month, I do live calls, special ones related that no one else, they're not free, they're not on YouTube. And remember how I said college professor is a pro of going to college because you can ask questions? Twice a month, I come live, and you're going to be able to ask me questions if you're in the money program on money, entrepreneur on entrepreneur, persuasion on persuasion, okay? A lot of the guys that I've learned from, I was just on the phone with a guy yesterday that called me, probably makes $2 to $3 million a month. He'll never talk to you. And I'm not saying that in a degrading way. I'm telling you the truth. He's rich. He doesn't care about anybody. He's a friend, but he's not a super charitable person. He wouldn't help anybody for a doubt. He cares about music and art. That's what he cares about. His own music, and he collects art. But he'll talk to me, and I'll share with you. Now, I keep it confidential. I don't say his name. But you'll never learn that kind of stuff from anybody. I mean, it took me decades to get in positions where people trust me. And again, I don't betray their trust. I'm not going to give you company secrets. But the general things, those are the things you'll learn on these live calls, plus have access. Number three, there's a deadline. You got to have a deadline. You're not allowed, by the way, to stay in the 67-day program for 1 year. I understand that people occasionally miss it and can't complete it in 67 days. But you can't, it's 3 or 4 months maximum. So you got a deadline, and when you have a deadline, you will stick to it. Number 4, and also the reason it's 67 days is that's based on science. University College London said if you stick to something on average, the average person, for a minimum of 67 days, you will actually change habits. That's why weight loss programs don't work. People do 30 days to lose 30 pounds. No, you'll lose the 30 pounds, but the brain takes over 2.5 months to change habits of eating, so you just gain it all back. That's why people yo-yo diet. Just think about, you want to learn boxing. You can't do it in 6 days. No matter how good the teacher is, you need muscle memory. So you can have a deadline and consistency. Number 4, one of the things I didn't put down there is one cool thing about college, you learn socially. You need to be around other people. So when if you just sit in a room and read this book, you have no interaction. And Matt Lieberman, a Harvard guy, wrote a book called Social on how our brain learns better in social environments. It sticks with you. So that's why college is you sit in a classroom. Even those people just around you, it's a huge advantage. So there's a social aspect where you'll see as you're going through the program, you're in there with other people in the program, like-minded people. Those people can become your future business partners, future investors, future joint venture people, affiliate. People get married from here, but you got to be around like-minded people. So you're getting that value. Also, I throw in bonuses. One of the most important bonuses is access to the past vault of stuff I've done. That vault, I should sell it for extra, but I decided we were going to do it extra. I've been doing this for a while. Beyond the 67 videos, there's specialized past talks that I've done that are only available to people that are in the program. That vault is worth all the money. The whole program is just that alone, okay? Lastly, so this is related to the deadline, kind of the goal. There's a graduation process, and I think it matters. A lot of doors have opened up to me in life because when I graduated Joel Salatin's mentorship program, he called it an apprenticeship. That's open. In fact, people ask me how to get mentors. That's what got me access to mentors. Because I graduated from Joel Salatin's, now it wasn't a university plaque, but I could tell people Joel Salatin, I was there for 2.5 years. It was a much longer program. Man, that's how I met Allen Nation, which is how I got to know about Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger and all these huge things. If you can stick to this program to the end, you will be able to say, I graduate, and never underestimate that. Just like people go, oh, I went through Harvard, that's prestigious. There's a lot of idiots that went through Harvard, but being able to say you went through Harvard helps you. It opens doors. So I'm not promising you that this is going to guarantee anything, but it does matter. I can guarantee you that. And the last thing is some of the highest level stuff I do, like the inner circle, it's only available to people who finish. So you're going to get access as you go through these to stuff that I really only give to people who've shown that they got through this stuff. That's what Joel Salatin did with me. I was there 1 year till he opened up and I built my first business with him. I had to go through the stuff so he knew he could trust me. And that first $12,000 I made, that didn't seem like a lot, but you know what? My brain was getting rewired. That every time I start a business, it succeeds. And the real reason it succeeded wasn't because of me. Joel Salatin was my business partner, a guy who'd been an entrepreneur for 30 years. He put the money and expertise. He made sure I didn't fail. So what happens is my brain got programmed. Whenever I start a business, they don't fail. And it's been a long time since then, and I've never started a business that failed. They've all made money. Some better than others, but it's not because I'm so great. It's because if you can get through this and access and build success, you create a habit and money goes up. So here's how it works practically. If you want to get in, there will be a button below this video, okay? You're going to have to refresh the page. Oh, you don't have to refresh the page. Okay. Programmers made it so you don't have to refresh the page. There's a button. It says what does it say? Click to get access? Oh, apply now. So I used to do it. I tested it. You want to set up a lot of experiments, business, that anybody who pressed the button just paid and got into the programs. The problem is, number one, I don't want everybody in the programs. I saw that movie 300 once. Have you ever seen that? 300 people in history in this one battle, the Spartans held off a whole army. And the way I see the world is a lot of the world is effed up, fucked up, pardon my French. And I don't need 1 million people learning this stuff because a lot of people will take this stuff and start crappy businesses. I know it. They'll start the next McDonald's. So I want a screening process for that. So my goal is to graduate at a time, 300 people at a time. Now, remember, not everybody who goes into the program will finish. So you let in 1,000 people, maybe 300 will finish. Usually that 80-20 rule holds out. And so I did it where anybody who paid could get in, and I didn't like it. I stopped that. I was doing that, I think, last year in the beta program. One thing when you start a business, always start out in beta or giving samples out. So if those of you in 67 Steps program, I started out, you got it for free. Then $4. Now it goes up, right? It's the same with this. So when I was testing it, I didn't like that. So what I found works the best is just an application. Because then all the people too lazy to fill out the application go on back to their lives and do their own thing. And people who are serious, it's not a long application, it's like 3 questions or something like that. Okay, but it's a filter. So always create filters. Like if you're dating someone, create a little filter, Be 1 minute late to the date. One of my friends, he went on Match.com, he moved here. And I was like, he said, man, there's this girl, she's a doctor, he met her, and he's like, she freaked out that I was 5 minutes late. And I said, and he was all depressed because he's like, I ruined my date. I'm like, no, you didn't. That's the world's greatest filter. You know what Warren Buffett says the secret to investors and the secret to marriage is? Low expectations. Filter. If a girl's mad at you on the first date where she's putting on her best face to be the nicest for being I can understand if you're an hour late or something, but 5 minutes? I'm like, consider yourself a lucky man. Pat yourself on the back. You might have gotten a relationship with that person, and the way the brain works, there's a good book called Attached. You'll get attached to a bitch. Or vice versa, a guy, I don't know what the equivalent of guys, I guess, can be bitches too. So an application process screens out some of that. Anybody who's like, I ain't doing an application, I'm like, good. I'm excited that I put the application there. Now, I'm not trying to do it to be a jerk or anything. Like I said, don't be an hour late to test somebody or something. Don't make a 7,000 word application. I don't create busy work. It actually helps. The second thing is, so we did an application before. It didn't quite work because about 1,000 people submitted an application, and then my team has to call back 1,000 people, which was a nightmare. And we're doing other business stuff. I don't mind my team calling people, but we're not going to call 1,000 people who are just like, oh, I wasn't really interested. I just filled out the form. So what we do is we put a deposit. Now, the cool thing about the deposit, it is exactly that. It is a refundable deposit, 100%. So let's say you apply and do the deposit, and you go, oh, I slept on it and I changed my mind. Then my staff presses one button, and it goes right back in your bank account. It takes on average 1 to 4 days, depending on where you live in the world. All the money goes back. We don't keep even 1 penny. So it's a deposit, not a fee. Second thing is, if the different programs, you know, there's actually the 4. Some of you occasionally can go in the inner circle if you're super advanced. So I don't want to take this whole call to explain exactly what's in each 4. So when you do the application, then after the application, put in your credit card info. The next page, you just say, when do you want my team to call you? Schedule it in the next day or 2 or 3 or whatever. They'll call you and they'll explain. And the reason is, there's the money program. Everybody should be in this. Entrepreneur program, about half the people who apply is good. The marketing and persuasion is the most advanced. So about 10% of people. And then the inner circle is like for 1% of the application people. It's for people way more advanced. So on the call, they'll explain the 4 levels. You can pick which one you want. So the deposit is $9.97. I'll tell you why I picked that number. $9.97 and 0 cents. Okay? $9.97. So so that's how much this money thing is. The program is $9.97. Okay? So these are different prices, and it depends. We have a few different levels. Some of you in the entrepreneur program don't need every video, or you need some extra stuff. So if you decide to get this program, you get this, and we'll apply the $9.97 towards the price. So it's not another application fee or anything. So the deposits, it's worked really well. It's been seamless. I make less money that way, but this isn't the only way I make money, so I'm happy. Life's not all about money. Joel Salatin used to tell me, not every profitable customer is a profitable customer. Meaning on the books, oh yeah, you're making money, but what if you hate your life? What if you're surrounded by people you don't like, you know? So, and what if I want to get this into people who can actually use it. So what you do, you click the button below. It'll take you to a page. You fill out a basic little application. You put in your credit card info. It's refundable. It's also a SSL encrypted 256-bit encrypted page. So, you know, people sometimes worry about paying online. I'm like, don't be stupid. The most dangerous thing you can do is hand a credit card to a waitress. More fraud is done. I went to, crazy thing happened to me this year. Last year, I went to Mississippi, and when a guy on the plane tricked me and stole my credit card. It was the slickest thing I've ever seen someone do. He pretended like his card didn't work for the waitress. So he was like, I want to buy like a wine. So the girl came there, and she's like, sorry, your card's not going through. And so the guy looked at me, or sitting next to me, and goes, oh, the card's not going through. I got cash. Can you put it on your card, and I'll give you the cash? And I'm like, that sounds reasonable. So he took the card from me, and he must have freaking swiped it real fast and handed it to her, paid for the wine, gave me my card back. It was like in 1 minute or 2 minutes. I wasn't really paying attention. I was reading. I land in Texas. I go to my next flight, Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi. I land there. $18,000 have been taken out. So you're handing your card. Now, the good news is you never have to worry about paying anymore because Visa and MasterCard, they're called the card associations, they've guaranteed all payments. So I got my $18,000 back. It just comes right back to you. The point being, sometimes people are like, I'm unsure about paying online. I'm like, we don't see the number when you pay online. It's all encrypted through a gateway and 256-bit encryption. So, and it goes right to Visa through the gateway. So don't worry about that. And even if you're ever defrauded, with a credit card, one phone call, you get all, as long as you call within 6 months, the credit card company. So I got all my money back. So anyway, remember how I said poor people fear stuff that they shouldn't fear? Poor people are worried about paying online with credit card because I'm like, you can get the money back. You know what you should fear is paying money to stuff you won't get back, like you spend money on your rent, you'll never see that money again. Sure, you got a place to stay, but you might be able to get the same place to stay cheaper if you did something creative. So anyway, it's $9.97 today. That's all you put in. It's not $9.97 a month either. I want to be clear. When I bought that Carlton Sheets program, it was like hundreds of bucks a month. Okay, the 67-day mentor program is a lot cheaper, and that's a monthly one. You can cancel anytime. These programs are just one-time payments, so don't freak out. Okay, if it's, you know, it's not gonna, you're not gonna rebill your card. And anyway, anytime we ever do rebill, we text and email I wanted to build a business that was super ethical, and a lot of my friends were like, don't do it, you'll make less money. But we email everybody 5 days before we charge, if they're on a rebill, for the lower programs we have, like the mentor. But this one, you won't even get an email, okay? Remember, if you're a business or setting up a business, tax deductible. So the money you put in here, you're gonna save almost half of it or 30% of it, depending on what tax bracket you're in. Now, why did I charge? Because, let me show you a cool rule, because some of you are gonna build big ideas, and they call them the 4 Ps of business or the 4 Ps of the marketing mix. If you ever go to Harvard, MBA, you'll learn this. I didn't go to college, but luckily I know a lot of the professors and read the textbooks. And by the way, Elon Musk, someone said, how did you build a spaceship company without having a degree? And he said, oh, I read a lot. That wasn't it. He just read. And he built he did the same thing NASA did by just reading books. I thought that was interesting. But the reason I charge, let's just say $9.97. This is how you should charge for anything you ever do in your life. First of all, justice. Remember I said reciprocal altruism? Do not be jerked around in life. And there's a principle that evolutionary scientists called ESS. It's called evolutionary stable, blah. I'll remember in a second what it stands for. I had a little brain. No, just, I'll remember it in 1 second. So what ESS means is basically, is a fancy word for justice. It's a stabilized system. It's equilibrium. So here's what happens. If you overcharge people, so you charge $10,000 for a car, people get it, and they realize they could have bought a much better car for that money, and it's always breaking down, you will create a business. That's what Blockbuster did. Perfect example. They forgot about ESS. They should have talked to my friend Dr. David Buss. He wrote the textbook for Harvard on evolution, on this evolutionary stable structures. Isn't that? Google it for a second. I don't know why I'm having a hard time. I've been talking about this word, and when you do 3-hour talks, sometimes you get a little brain freeze. But Blockbuster charged me for the book, for the Sopranos DVDs that I didn't want. So they created instability. I wouldn't go back, and businesses fall apart that way. So you never want to create an unjust pricing structure for anything. So what you want to do...
Evolutionary stable strategy?
Yeah, I said evolutionary stable structure. Thank you. Strategies. So you always want to adapt a strategy that's stable. It will work in the short and the long term. So remember this. It's the 10x rule. Take whatever you're selling and divide it in 10. Find the value. So let's say you're selling something that you know the value. You would pay $10,000 for it. Okay? You're like, I'd pay $10,000 to know that. Then divide it by 10, and that's the price to charge, $1,000. If you know who did this well and built the fastest billion-dollar company almost ever? Groupon. Because Groupon had a 70% discount. So you would get cool stuff for a fraction of what its value was. And Groupon went from 0 value to, I think, $7 billion in like 2 years. That's incredible. $6 billion. I don't know what they're worth right now. But so that's roughly this 10x rule. So what I do when I first start a program or sell any product, and I recommend you do this same thing, you always start, and Joel Salatin taught me this when I was 18. You start it you give it away for free. Sam Walton is the guy in Walmart. He invented samples. Have you ever been walking down the grocery store and there's somebody there hands you a little food sample? It's because you don't know what the value of the food is. So they found if they gave it to you for free, you ate it, you liked it, you would start buying it. So the evolutionary stable strategy is when people don't know the value, give it, and you don't know the value, give it for free. A lot of people say, how do I start my first consulting business? How do I get my first client? Easy. Charge them the most attractive price known to mankind. I will step into your business for free, and I'll save you money. And later, if you decide I'm worth money, you can start paying me. That's how I started with Mike Steinbeck. I walked in his office. I had no money. I found him in the phone book. I said, Mike, you don't know who I am, but if you teach me what you know, I'll work for you for free. And he said, Ty, I've been looking for someone like you for 20 years. Because I learned that from Joel, start free. So when I first started all the programs, 67 Mentor, 67 Steps, even this program, it was all given out free. Then I started to see what's the value. And I started to see stories like, hey, a guy I went in the program in New York, I did a talk, and I was in the beta program. He joined the program, and he's been always trying to raise money. For 5 years, been trying to raise money for an idea. He's an artist in design. He wants to do some real estate stuff, but never been able to raise money. He texted me on Thanksgiving Day and said, hey, Ty, I want you to know I've raised $150,000 where I never raised any money before from investors, and I have another 2 investors arguing over who's going to give me $500,000 more. So I started to see value. People get value. Yesterday, that guy said I closed an $8.3 million deal because of one thing you taught me, Matt Posius. I made an extra $4,000 a day. I'm making an extra, $500,000 or $1 million. So I started to perceive value. So then that's why I said all my programs go up. That's why if you want to buy anything from me, buy it early because it all goes up. And I've told my staff, sometimes people don't believe me. They think it's like a sales gimmick. Oh, it's going up. I'm like, no. Stick to what you say, and I do. Some of the stuff that I do costs $100. Consulting, people want me on one-on-one consulting, I charge $1 million. It used to be $200,000 because I don't like consulting, and anybody who can pay me $1 million, I'll make them a lot more than what they charge on me, or what I charging them. So $997 just came from me knowing that. It's definitely worth $10,000, and I'm giving it to people for $997. I know I should charge more. But you also don't want to be ruthless. Like I also realize my vision is a lot of people who are like me, single mom, they didn't grow up with even a mom and dad, so I didn't go to college. So I don't want to shut those people out. Now some people go, I don't have the 997. Well, take this as a match to put under your feet to be prepared in the future. And I'll tell you, I've learned this lesson the hard way. Last year, Maxim magazine was for sale, and I wanted to buy it, and I wasn't ready. It was on auction for $23 million. That's a brand. Maxim sold for $250 million in 2007, so it was a deal at $23 million. But I was busy, didn't have the time, couldn't put the deal together, and another guy bought it, Bulgari Holdings. This guy, last name is Bulgari. He bought it for $13 million. The day he bought it, he said someone offered him like double. So he could have bought it on Monday for 13, sold it for 26 million, let's say, the next day. Made 13. That's better than a real estate flip. That's the new real estate. It's called internet real estate. Maxim.com, you own that. Chink. Little piece. My uncle always calls that making money with the signature of a pen. It's not like you worked and built the pyramids with slave labor, your own labor. You just, 13 million change in your bank account. Now, I kicked myself. I wasn't prepared. So I'm telling you this, and the same lesson I tell myself. If you don't have any money sitting aside and you're investing in your self fund, you're going to miss out on stuff. And I missed out on Maxim, and I guarantee you that I want to buy it still. I guarantee you the Bulgari Holding guy ain't going to sell it to me for 13 million. See, the reward goes like that old saying goes. The early bird gets the worm. He bought it first. And I'm happy to live in a world like that. He was smarter than me. Remember how I said what John Calipari said? Somewhere out there, someone's working harder than you, and you will meet them. And when you do, you will lose. He's younger than me and was smarter than me on that specific thing. So he was ready for the deal, and I wasn't. So that's a bitch, and life's a bitch. But you can use those, the way I use it, instead of beating yourself up, use it as a future motivation. So for those of you who don't have money and can't get the money, you missed an opportunity. But if you're lucky, there'll be another one, you know. Sometimes, though, I've learned opportunities. I find opportunities come every 7 years in my life. Big ones, big ones. I had my big opportunity in 1994, 2001, 08, and, I see bigger opportunities now in 2015. So they don't come too often, so now I don't like to miss them because I don't like waiting another, 5 to 7 years. And so, again, don't beat yourself up, but also do the math. If it's going to take you 3 months to do this, it's $3 a day. Anybody who won't invest $3 a day in themselves, remember, the average person on Starbucks is spending $3 a day. So my advice to people, cut the drinking, and do this program in 90 days, sorry, did the math wrong there. In a year, if it's it's $6 a day, $7 a day, right? Depending on how long it takes you. But the point is, Starbucks has no upside. You drink the coffee, it's gone. You spend $1,000 on an investment, even if it's only a decent. That's the problem with Starbucks or coffee, not to pick on that brand. There's never a time where drinking coffee, 1 cup of coffee, changes your bank account, except down. Never. So there's no potential upside. So the last thing I'm going to say on this, for those of you who are extremely, about 20% of people, there's a good book, the textbook put out by the American Psychological Association. They said what makes you basically have a crap life is neurosis. And Dr. Buss talks about this. I put a video on my YouTube about this. He's the guy, ESS, and ESS is actually the book from the book Selfish Gene, but they all talk about it, and neurosis messes you up in life. And there's 3 main types of neurosis, and we can all identify it in friends and family. The number 1 is dramatic. Everybody's been around somebody who's annoyingly dramatic. I've had somebody recently I had to deal with in business. Everything was a freaking disaster. So I almost had a heart attack, and then I'm like, what's wrong? And it's like, oh, I got to reboot my computer. I'm like, what? I thought the whole office burned down. I'm like, oh, I had to reset my computer. I'm like, did you lose anything? No, but I have to wait for it to reset. That's a neurosis of drama. Number 2 is weird. Okay, we all know weird people. In fact, me and Herman, if you've ever seen that lightning bolt YouTube video with those guys playing what do they call that? LARPing, live action role players. And there was a Triumph, the dog who was in the line when people were waiting for for Star Wars movie. Some of those people are just weird. You don't want to be that weird. It's okay to be a little weird, a little nerdy, But that's one of the neuroses. But this third one is the nastiest, I think, of all. It's defined by the APA as anxious, fearful people. Some people are afraid of boogeymen that don't exist. Some people, like I said with credit cards, like, I'm never buying anything online. I'm like, why? Why? I already told you. The main way, and some people are like, I don't even trust banks. I'm like, so what are you going to do? Put your money in your bank account? Under your mattress? If you want a guaranteed way to get people to come bum rush your house and shoot you up, let people find out you have money in your in your mattress. That's not safe. There's an old saying from, I think, Socrates, pick your poison in life. So all of you watching this that are that fearful person, that all you can think about is the scams and this and what if it doesn't work out, well, I got something else you should fear about. You should fear. Fear living a crappy life. Fear never having enough to buy the thing. Fear not being able to help anybody. Fear not being able to help yourself. Fear being 50 and 70 and looking back and go, I could have done all that stuff. Fear, money brings quality to many areas of life, all of them. Fact, families with more money have healthier kids, healthier parents, more descendants. That's evolution 101. To thrive in the truest sense of the word financially is also to thrive physically. Who do you think has the most diabetes in the world? You know, it's the lower class, because the lower class can't afford, they're under stress, and they can't afford quality food. Now, I'm not saying that's a good thing, it's a bad thing, but that's a money issue. You fix money, you don't see that much diabetes in Beverly Hills over here. You see, I was born in Long Beach, that's the ghetto, Compton. You see a lot of diabetes there, not a lot, it's money makes a difference. Don't listen to anybody who tells you money doesn't change health. It's already been proven up and down, like I said, Nobel Prize stuff. I'm not talking about some pseudoscientist by some Wikipedia website page. That's real deal. Social life. If you think money doesn't matter, you need to Google the #1 cause of divorce. If you want to have a good chance to have crappy relationships, make sure you're always under money pressure, because money is the #1 reason people divorce. Okay? Happiness. Brain scanners. Daniel Kahneman, I think it was Princeton University where he was at when he did the research. Put people on a brain scanner. If you don't make at least a minimum of, in most countries, $6,000 a month, you are experiencing what's called scarcity. So this program, and by the way, just a little thing. I'm not going to keep this button up forever. So remember what I said at the beginning, what Yoda said, or what Arnold Schwarzenegger said about stuff? Either do it or don't do it. Warren Buffett said, I hate people who suck their thumb. And he said, most of the world I found is thumb suckers. So what is what Warren Buffett does when he wants to buy a company? He walks in, and he said, hey, Mon, I thought hard about your company. I think it's worth $10 million. So here's the deal. I will pay you $10 million. And you can have a little time to think on it. It's Monday, Wednesday, you tell me. And if you don't decide, then once Wednesday comes, I'm not going to buy it, and I'll never come by it again. So don't suck your thumb. Think on it. Just give me a yes or give me a no. So that's what I say in this program. The button's there. For some of you, you have an extremely bad habit. You're going to torture yourself. You're going to think you're going to think about risk in the reverse. You're not going to go, well, what's the risk if I'm like that? Another kid wrote, he's making, and this is less of a story, he's not making an extra $1 million a year. He said he's making an extra $1,000 a month. Okay? So not everybody makes an extra $10 million from this stuff. Some people, $500. If you have any questions, by the way, they're telling me, email maya@tailopez.com. If you're in another country and your card doesn't go through, or any questions on payment issues, Maya, she's standing by here. But what was I just saying? What was the last thing I said?
Extra $1,000 a month.
Yeah. So this guy's making an extra $1,000 a month. I just talked to him yesterday. I answer the phone about 3 people a day. We get hundreds of calls. I can't answer them all, but I like to keep my finger on the pulse. And this guy said, I make an extra $1,000 a month. That is a lot, because let's say you're super into cars. A Mercedes, a nice one, is $400 a month. So an extra $1,000 a month you didn't have before is 2 Mercedes and the insurance bill. Or it's a much nicer place to live. One of the first things I did when I made more money was upgrade from sleeping on a couch. Then the next place, I got a house with 3 people. Oh, I was the third. I had a room. Craig and Navon, I remember him. Craig I haven't talked to for years. Navon eventually worked for me for a while. And I remember it was weird. We all had the exact same birthday. It was my birthday, and I was like, I'm doing a birthday party tomorrow. And Navon's like, my birthday's tomorrow. And then the other dude walked in and was like, mine too. We just met like on a Craigslist room for rent or whatever. So I upgraded, and it was a heck of a lot nicer. I remember having that little room. It's hilarious. If I saw that room now, it shows you how the brain works as contrast bias. So much better than sleeping on a couch that I was like, woo! But now I have an 8-bedroom house in Hollywood. That bedroom was like smaller than my freaking, actually it's almost the size of the master bathroom that I have now. But it was about the same size. But back then it felt good, because what you want to do is just go up. Nobody on this call, nobody in the world needs to go from being in debt to being a billionaire. Your brain doesn't need that reward. But what your brain needs is the reward of movement. The 4 M's of motivation: money, mating, mastery / status and movement momentum. People, if you make $1 million a year and then you go down to 900,000, you'll be less happy than somebody who made 50,000 and then went up to 60. That's why I say, for those of you who have really big ambitions, break it down into daily goals, because what makes a human happy, it's not just money per se, or it's movement. So if you're losing weight every day, let's say you're overweight and you want to get in better shape, what will feel the best, release the most dopamine in your brain, is being at 200 pounds and then you're at 199.5. You'll feel way better than somebody who is already at their optimum weight but can't make changes. They call that plateaus. So plateaus suck. So one thing this program is going to do, and like I said, remember, it's not a get rich quick, you'll be a millionaire in 67 days. You wouldn't even want it if you could do it. You wouldn't even know what to do with the money. I'm glad. Allen Nation, the number one thing a mentor told me that I thought was he was totally wrong, and I realize now he's right. He said, Tai, be careful of becoming a millionaire in your 20s. It will trap you sometimes. And now if I could go back and be 18, what I'd rather have is just steady growth. Charlie Munger says the same thing. He says, step by step you get ahead, but not necessarily in fast spurts. But you create discipline by preparing for the fast spurts. And then he said, my favorite part, go to bed a little wiser than you were when you woke up. That's all you got to do. Go to bed a little bit richer. I don't fear the man that makes it. I have a friend here who made $18 million in his 20s. Sold a company, made $18 million bucks. He was poor, made I forget, it was like a marketing digital agency and an app and all this, 18 million bucks. Now he has zero because he went way up real fast. Then he invested in all this weird real estate deals in the desert, which I didn't know him then. I would have been like, what are you doing? Nobody lives in the desert. And guess how much he had now? Zero. He had to go back to work. So Mike Tyson officially made $400 million. In his autobiography I just read, he said he made $700 million. That's almost $1 billion. And then he also says he lost it all and he was living in hotels and he couldn't pay the $150 a night hotel after making $700 million bucks. So what my Allen Nation was telling me is, Tai, be careful of making money too fast because you'll often make it in something that you don't know how to hold on to. But what you can do, this is the lowest level. Some of you are on it, which is Donald Trump debt level. I was in this level. Donald Trump at one point took his eye off his business and he went $9 billion in the hole in debt. He said, I passed a homeless man and realized the homeless man was worth $9 billion more than me. Because when you're below zero, here's $0. This is below zero. Some of you not only have no money, but you're in credit card debt, you're in student debt, you're in a bad place. We got to get you up to the next level. We don't have to get you to the pinnacle. The next level isn't that good though either, but it's better. That's scarcity. And if we base it on the Nobel Prize guy, that's about 70 grand a year, okay? In every country, and he says in general this, if you live in, Madagascar or something where the currency is completely different, I don't know, but he said in most countries about that equivalent. You're in scarcity under 70,000, meaning you'll be hard pressed to pay the bills. And I remember when I went from zero, when I was on the couch basically, 42 bucks was about there, and I passed 70 grand. I remember the first year, remember I told you about that Corey Rudel program, and I got that room. I made exactly, from one of the places on my taxes, I made, I think, it was like $81,000. And I remember that was the first time in my life I went out of scarcity, and the next level right above this is called financial freedom or independence, whatever you want to call it, okay? So this is what I mean. Right when I started making this, I was living in this 3-bedroom place, and it was a little weird because one of my roommates was always loud and doing parties, so I moved to my own place. And that's where I met you, Herman. It was that he would always get lost finding it. It was in Raleigh, North Carolina, on Strickland Road. Yeah. And it was an apartment, and I had a roommate there, but he was a guy that I picked, and he was a surfer, so he was never there. So basically I had my own place, but he was paying, 25, 30% of the rent. And I had my own place, and I felt so much better, and I bought my own car, Mitsubishi Galant. And I had enough money, because I was making about $6,000 a month then, a little over that, I'd saved up, I remember like $5,000 or $10,000 in my bank account, and I was into salsa dancing then. I had owned some nightclubs I was starting to do, and I was like, I'm gonna go to Puerto Rico, the annual salsa dancing conference. The girl I was dating, Shara, she was like, I was like, you wanna go? She's like, yeah, but I have my friend in town. Guess who it was, Herman? It was Amanda. And he's like, she goes, can I bring Amanda? But she didn't have any money. And I was like, I got enough money. Because the tickets were only like, $600 or something. So I was like, me 600, her 600, her friend. And then I was like, I still got enough money. And I didn't grow up with my dad. I did one trip in my life with my dad. Is when I got into financial freedom. I bought him a ticket from LA, which was more expensive than Puerto Rico. So it was the only trip still in my life I ever did with my dad. And then I got a place, 2 rooms in this little villa. So the whole trip was like $4,000, but I had saved like $8,000. And I remember thinking, this feels good. I never could do that before. When you're sleeping on a couch, you're not going on vacations. You're just ground down into the dirt. You can't get a break. And I remember being like, I can take and we went for like 5 days. And that was the first time I ever been able to do that. Freedom. Some of you are already around here. You got to get up to here. Now, I remember though, when you get past financial freedom, I call it prosperity. So financial freedom is up to about $120,000 a year, okay? Prosperity is, let's say, up to $1 million. So where you start making from, and I remember, going into that stage. And that's a cool stage because not only do you have freedom, but you start to be able to build stuff. You start to be able to have money. There's a good book, one of the most famous books on anthropology. It's a textbook. I think it's by Embers. I think a husband and wife wrote it. It's like a Harvard textbook. And they say the reason the rich get richer is the rich have money to spare to do experiments. The reason Elon Musk could build Tesla and all that is because he made $100 million from PayPal, so he could experiment. I couldn't do that. I didn't have $180 million. So what happens when you get here, you start experimenting, and out of experiments, you come up with some winners. So you start to build right there. And then when you get over $1 million a year, you get into what I call WI, which is wealth and impact. And that's where you get guys like Bill Gates, where not only has he done all this for himself, but now he starts the Bill Gates Foundation and he eradicates malaria or smallpox. He changes the world. Governments for a century haven't been able to figure it out. One guy solves the whole problem, right? But he did that because he had wealth and impact. He didn't spend all that. You can't spend. Warren Buffett goes, I have a private jet, but what else am I going to spend the money on? If you saw, I put a picture on my Facebook that went viral. Millions of people saw it, and it was me standing in front of me and Warren Buffett's house. It's just a regular house. It's probably a $600,000 house. But when you have $70 billion, that's a pretty cheap house to have. And he does have like Secret Service around it, though, because he gets stalkers all the time. But when you get to this point, eventually, you're not going to just spend all the money. You start to be able to have impact on the world, and that's what you see happening. Richard Branson, Elon Musk, they could have done a lot. They could have just spent the money on partying, but instead they're like, let's make the first electric car. Let's cut emissions. They have impact. So I hope each of you and those of you, and the goal of these programs is don't even try this. Even if you did it, you'd just be like Mike Tyson, or you'd be like Donald Trump. You just make it and you lose it. And that's the one thing you don't want to have happen. It's better to just get here and slowly move up for the rest of your life than to get here and go back to there. Nobody likes that. That's not fun. And your brain will have serious... I'll tell you a story of a guy who did that. Or a similar story where you miss out. That's what happens. When you go up, then down, you feel... The guy who started Victoria's Secret, he sold it for $5 million. It went on to turn into $1 billion company. He lost his momentum. He stopped going up here. He jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge. Left behind wife and kids. That's what happens. Robin Williams. I read if you look at my book of the day, I did one on Robin Williams. No one knows exactly why he commits suicide. There's a lot of theories. But he was on top of the world, one of the biggest actors, made more people laugh, all these great things. But you know what happened? What I took from the book is if you really read between the lines, he lost momentum. His shows were getting canceled. You know, he wasn't in the movies he liked anymore. He had been in the biggest movies. He could pick what movie he wanted to be in. Now he just had to take whatever. He had been up. 3 divorces. He lost lots of money. He said the Latin word for divorce means a woman ripping out a man's genitals through his wallet. That's what he said. But three divorces, he was paying alimony of like $100,000 a month to one of his, you know, so if you don't build this thing right, it start falling, the price, and like I said, I don't know the specifics on Robin Williams or the Victoria's Secret guys, but it's nasty to lose momentum. The guy who competed with De Beers, the biggest diamond guy, he sold to De Beers in the 1800s for a $200 million check. You know how much $200 million was worth in the freaking 1800s? He got that check. He took a boat. He lost his momentum. He didn't know what he was doing anymore. He got on a boat and committed suicide 3 months after making that much money. So it's not just about getting there and then everything's good. That's why even Warren Buffett and Bill Gates, they keep trying to do stuff. It's about momentum. So I hope each of you that are in the program, let me answer some questions too. I forgot to say that. So for those of you who might have some questions, I want to take, it can be questions about the program. It can be questions just in general in terms of anything we talked about. I want to reward those of you who stuck with me. So let's see. There's always a lot of questions. See 17,000 questions. Okay, 17,326. I will not get through all of those. All right. Thank you. Somebody corrected me. ESS, evolutionary stable strategies. I don't know why I was thinking systems. It's the same thing. It's because I wanted to talk on systems. I don't have the money for the program, but great talk. I'll definitely be investing in education and self-development. Good. Look, my goal is not to get every person here paying money to get into this program, but focus on getting knowledge. That is what will set you free. Maya@tailopez.com, by the way, if you have more questions. All right. Is there knowledge in time? Meaning when gaining knowledge, since knowledge is power, will you be in the fast lane and lose track of time? No. Time is there for all of us. I don't care how much money you make. Time is the one thing you can't. Money can help because money can extend your life and cut the time you have to spend on stuff you don't like doing. Great session. It was a shot in the arm. I need to realign on my goals and to pick up and get moving on the next mission. Is it possible to play with my card? Can you help? Yeah, if your card's being weird, just email Maya at Tai Lopez. What's the orange book called? It is called The Self-Made Billionaire Effect by John Svilacca and Mitch Cohen. How do I turn my flipping house business into an automated business? Let's talk about that. There's some myths about automated business. Number one, there is no such thing as an automated business. Let me just cut that out, okay? There's no thriving business that keeps moving up that is automated completely. You know why? Because it violates another rule of physics. What is one of the other laws of thermodynamics? Remember this one in school? Entropy. Everything is in a state of decay. If you build a house and leave it and go, my house is on autopilot, people have been trying to build, these machines that go forever, self-perpetuating, and no one's ever been able to do it because it violates a rule of thermodynamics, which is everything experiences entropy. So what you want to do is instead of trying to go, how can I do something that will, like you're chasing a phantom, that you're chasing a ghost with money. You're never going to build your flipping home business completely automated. The real question is, why do you want it automated? Because everybody that's doing what they like, think about it this way, Pablo Picasso. What if I had gone to Pablo Picasso and I said, you make this art. Pablo Picasso did over 50,000 pieces of art in his life. Do you think he would be excited if he came on this call and I said, Pablo, I got the best news for you. I'm going to show you how to automate your art business so you never have to draw again. He would say, no, Tai, I love what I do. I am an artist. I want to do it. So whenever people start talking about automated income, I think of two things. One, they've been fooled by some fancy marketing business book. And two, they're doing the wrong thing. What you want to get in it is something that you experience what a scientist, Mikhail Csikszentmihalyi, calls flow, where it's like time stops. When Albert Einstein, who loved science, was doing a scientific experiment, he wasn't watching the clock. He wasn't going, how could this be more automated? Most people go, how can I do this more? So what you want to do is automate the non-essentials. So you want to automate non-essentials of your business. But if you want to automate the main part of your business, you're doing the wrong business. So switch businesses, okay? How can I apply for the copywriting job? You can email Maya if you're a good copywriter and you've got some other stuff you've done, that'd be great. At which path do you segue the crossroad between risk of investment and the empathy towards others, where the point of momentum is null or void? Okay, so if I understand your question, the question is like about timing. Just remember what Aristotle said. To be angry is easy, but to be angry at the right person, at the right time, for the right reason, for the right duration, with the right intensity, that's difficult. What he's saying is, to take a risk is easy, but to take the right risk at the right time, for the right reason, that's difficult. To not take a risk, that's easy. That's what most of the world does. But to not take the risk at the right time, at the right opportunity, that's difficult. So what it comes down to is judgment. You got to start creating judgment. And actually, Benjamin Graham, the mentor of Warren Buffett, he said the way to do it, I'll draw it here, a little pyramid. Here, what you're asking is how to make what he called accurate or action. How to take action. This is what he said. Very simple, just 2 steps. The bottom, it's AK, adequate knowledge. So the way you start knowing if you make a decision, make sure you get adequate knowledge. But don't wait too long. Then you just have to do what's called TJ, tested judgment. So you got to do it sometimes. Like, you got to buy stuff. That's what I say. My friend who didn't want to buy the $150 book, I said, look, you have adequate knowledge. I'm your friend. I'm telling you the book's worth $150. Now, I could be wrong, but that's adequate knowledge. He didn't say perfect knowledge. Adequate. They call that in math, they call that the optimal stopping rate, which is about 38%. You gather 38% of the available information. If it seems adequate, then you move to action, which is tested judgment. So I told my friend, buy the book. And then if you don't like the book, you can return it, man. So it's TJ, tested judgment. So don't freak out. You can't know if it's the right action until you have some knowledge, a little bit of knowledge, and then take action. Okay. A lot of people asking about the orange book. All right. There was a lot of questions. I'm going off to college and my major is civil engineering. If I followed you, would you suggest me to changing my major? Look, you can only build on strength. Remember that. So whatever your strength is, build on that. You can only build on strength. Peter Drucker, the greatest business teacher of all time. I memorized that quote. Most people think they know what they're good at. Most people are wrong. Even more people think they know what they're weak at. Even then, more people are wrong than right. But you can only build on strength. So here's one of the things you guys are going to learn in this program. One of the most important things, pay attention to the lessons on how to find out what you should do. Not just with your life, but also for business, whether you should change. All those questions, I'll show you how to answer those. This isn't a question, but I'm a Muslim, and today is the first day of Ramadan. I completely forgot how hungry thirsty I am due to this talk. Cool. Ty, answer my question when you're done. Just a friendly reminder. Loving this info, dude. I gotta say. Okay. I'm at a lot. Sometimes if you, any advice on what to do with the money my mother left me? I'm 25 and without guidance, but hungry for success. So how do you invest money that you have? That's one of the things you'll learn in the money program, okay? So if you can't, it's a long conversation. It's not super long, but it's not something, I can't answer there's 67 topics that I cover in there. I can't cover. Today I've covered 2 of them or something. So basic principle is you got to divide up your money into different buckets. I call it 3-bucket investing, and I talk about how to decide. So if you inherited money from your mom, then you want to divide it up properly, and that's the key thing. So there's no one thing you should do with all the money. Remember the old diversification rule. Diversification helps with risk. So you got to diversify that money. And there's multiple avenues, but there's 3 general channels you should put it in. But for sure, I use that old rule of thumb, spend 30% on investing in yourself. What better investment is there ever than investing in yourself? There isn't one. You know, people forget that. You invest in the stock market, for the most part, look, Microsoft is a publicly traded company. When you buy shares, you're investing in Microsoft. You will make a small amount of money. Bill Gates made $72 billion. That's how this thing goes down, unfortunately. So investing in yourself is better. My beautiful wife just brought me a bowl of strawberries to keep me going. I needed a glucose hit. With multiple income streams, what percentage of time is safest to put in each? 50-50, 80-20. Okay, whatever's working should get the most time. So the bread and butter that's paying your bills now, 80%, let's say the new venture, 10, 5, 20%, whatever. And then as it makes money, you can even it out and it can switch. So you got to just use logic, common sense. Someone said, Ty, as one of your 1,000 Invest in Others winners through this program, recently started the 67 Steps, saw your video. I mentioned about the possibility of a boot camp program. Yeah, remember I said you got to go through this new application, and once you go through the programs, then you get access to that more in-depth stuff. So yeah, I'm glad I do a program where I give out $1,000 to people. I gave 15 people a couple Sundays ago, $1,000 each. So one thing, as you begin to make money and go up this, you want to invest in other people too, so that everybody, it's called conscious capitalism. You don't want to just get rich yourself, you want to make the world rich. It's important. Because in the long run, that'll benefit you and the world at the same time. You don't want to live in a world where only you benefit. Why are humans so indecisive? It's because we inherited a mind from our ancestors that doesn't know how to deal with all the much nicer world we live in now. Remember, you inherited the same brain from your ancestors that lived long ago in a world where there was no safety nets, there was no refunds. You make one mistake, one scratch would get infected and you would die. So we inherited this hyper fearful brain, which most of you don't need to be afraid of getting a scratch anymore. We have medication, we have soap. People don't even have soap. Glasses is the most, glasses may be it was the fastest spreading idea in history. Imagine a world with no glasses. People falling off cliffs. What's my biggest fear as an investor? And have previous fears helped you accomplish or fall back? So I'm less fear. The only times I don't like in my life are the ones when I had the most fear. Fear is important. Some people are a little too, don't have enough fear. I meet people like that. People are like, yeah, I don't need to read any books. I don't need to do anything. I don't need to be in any programs. I'll just make a business. I'm like, you don't have enough fear. So I do find probably 20-30% of people don't have enough fear. And the other percent are, what it is it's not, I don't think you should have less fear. I think you should switch what you fear. There's that Denzel Washington movie that I thought was good. I saw it last year when I was in London. And there's this scene where there's these serial killers who they were like the bad guys. They were killing all these people. And like every day they were like strangling a new person. And they were eating breakfast, the two killers. They were like brothers or something. And while they're eating breakfast, a guy has the front page open, and they had like the headline. They were reading the headline of the news, and it was something like, Middle Eastern people killed in the Middle East, or something like that. And one guy looked at the other, and he said, people are afraid of all the wrong things. What he was saying was, I'm living next to them. I'm about to kill them. And they're reading the paper about people getting killed thousands of miles away. That's what the media does to you. It keeps your fear misplaced. So people number one thing I think you should fear. Number one fear is living a crappy life. Because I'd rather live not as long, but live a better life than live 95 a horrible life. It's not just length, it's quality of life. So I think your number one fear, you should run everything through a filter. Does this have a chance of making me have a better life or not? Will this move me away from a crappy life? And I think if you have to, if you're religious, like in the Bible, where there was a guy who came to Jesus Christ and had all this money and said, what do I have to do to be saved, to live? You could call that, if we take that analogy for what we're talking about, what do I have to do to really live? And Jesus Christ said, sell everything you have and give it to the poor and come follow me. And the way I think about that, I'm not really religious, but there's a powerful lesson in that. What he was saying is, take a step towards living a better life. That guy who was rich wasn't liking his life. So in that case, he needed drastic, dramatic actions. Just sell it all. And I think there's lots of people. I mean, I lived with the Amish for 2.5 years with no money, you know, and I lived a great life there. So it's not just money, it's the momentum. That's what I was saying. So at some point, Buddha was up here in the story of Buddha. He had all the money he inherited. He was a prince. But his life, he had plateaued, so he didn't like his life. So he gave all his money away and went and, you know, meditated and became the Buddha and started a global movement. It'd be better to be Buddha than some random prince from thousands of years ago. So there are some things more important than money, and one of those is the momentum factor. And so I think what you want to be doing is moving towards that much more than fear. You don't want to just be chasing a ghost that doesn't exist. All right, I'm going to answer 3 more questions, and then, so if you haven't gotten in the program and you want to, if you're on the fence, like I said, you got a choice. Every day is a crossroads. You rewire your brain every day. You know, your cells, everything regenerates in your body now. You don't get more brain. Your brain doesn't. What is it that doesn't increase? Your brain's one of the things that you don't regenerate every day. You're kind of.
Well, no, there's new research now that it does. It's just slower than
Much
other
slower.
parts of the body. Way slower.
Yeah, so like your skin, you scrape off your skin, it regenerates. Brain is something that you don't want to mess with. That's why I say every day is a crossroads. That's one of the bad things about life. So the reason I now don't like to procrastinate is even if it's a little thing, let's say I'm picking a restaurant, because then I realize I created a neural pathway, a habit, that when it's a big decision, like the Maxim magazine thing, I'll hesitate and someone else will come in. So everything you do has more repercussions. That's why I said every action has an opposite and equal reaction. So let's take an example, practical one, since somebody asked. Let's say for all the people who are not going to go in this program, okay? So they're like, I'm not going to do it. Let's say they have the money, but they just are like, forget it. I'm going to go do it on my own, or I don't think it's worth it, or whatever it is. That's fine, as long as you fear the opposite reaction. Because what if everything I'm saying is completely accurate and it would change your life? And what if now you go on and you don't realize what you laughed at? That's a fear that people should have. So the opposite reaction is something people forget about all the freaking time. I see that all the time. So my biggest fears or my misplaced fears are where I forget the inverse. That's why I said people who really do big things financially think opposite. Jeff Bezos wasn't like, what about the 270? He was like, what about the 42 billion that I'll leave on the table? You think that way and your life will never be the same. I think that's another thing important to take away from this. Okay. Tai, I've been in business 7 years as a photographer. How can I increase my number of clients? So, remember what I said about the value? So what you got to do is figure out pricing is very important. And a lot of times when businesses aren't growing, the pricing is messed up. So people overestimate their value. So let's say you're a photographer and you think you're giving them $1,000 of value. So you're pricing it at $100. But what if they only perceive it as $150 of value? What if you're not as good a photographer as you think, for example? Not you, but just in general. Well, then you should only be charging $15. And the fact that you're charging $100 is pushing most people away. So pricing, even at like a Harvard University, pricing is massively important to get right. You get your pricing structure wrong, and it will keep your business plateaued. Steve Ballmer was recently interviewed when he bought the Clippers a year or so ago, and they asked him, you know, you're the head CEO for Microsoft. I mean, the CEO of Microsoft, 100,000 employees, one of the biggest companies in history of the world. What's the lessons you wish you had known at 18? And he gave a few of them, and he said one of them was pricing. People get their pricing wrong. So actually in the entrepreneur program, if you're in there, in the vault, I did a special talk that's in that archive vault when you get access, which talks about that specific subject, okay? How to price things. How do you pinpoint your strengths? That's a long conversation, but the short answer is you got to use feedback analysis. Peter Drucker talked about that. You have to look at what strangers compliment you on, not what your mom compliments you on, okay? People, you don't want to have American Idol syndrome. I did a YouTube video with Randy Jackson was at my house, the judge from American Idol, and we were talking about that. Okay, last question. If you were starting off again talking about me, how would you begin in the area of wealth? I would do I built this whole talk around the precise thing I would do. I would rewire my brain and strategy-wise so that I'm not chopping with the machete off on the wrong, like with perfect precision, but the wrong direction. I would absolutely invest almost all of my money. Like I would probably have not gotten that condo as quick as that apartment. I would have doubled down more. Like I was kind of smart. I bought that Corey Rudel course, but I should have bought right when that $300 course and then the Carlton Sheets one. So it was like, I spent about $1,500. Right when those made me from zero, and then I went from there to like there. They made me like within a year, like 80 grand, and I invested 1,000. That's 80 times the revenue. I should have taken 30% of that 80 grand. Okay, that's about 20,000 bucks, and budgeted that to buy more courses and more conferences and more masterminds and more seminars and more consultants. And I didn't do that fast enough because there's nobody telling. Because people are afraid to say what I'm saying because people think it sounds salesy. But I just say what I think's true. I already learned, man. I got a lot of people looking at my stuff. I got thick skin. You got to have thick skin if you want to do big things. Because people, I told you, the American Psychological Association, people are fear-based, anxious-based, weird. They're freaking dramatic. People are nuts. So more people don't say the truth to you because nobody wants to be perceived as the person trying to tell you to spend money on stuff. But remember, I'm not telling you to spend all your 30% on my programs. I'm like, look, I don't make any money. If you think I make money on these books, go buy them at the bookstore. I don't make any money. Go to conference. Go to Tony Robbins' conference. Go buy Dr. Carlton Sheets. I'm not an affiliate. I don't make any money for it. I'm just telling you, make sure you spend your money on that stuff. And I'm saying, if you like my stuff, you can spend a small portion of it on that too. But if not, that's okay. I'll be all right. You'll be all right. So that's what I would do. Double down on yourself. Okay? So any other things that I need to cover? Okay. So the way it goes, I know some of you haven't done the application because you wanted to hear me talk, hear the finish of this talk. So we're going to keep this button up for a few minutes after I go offline. It'll be right here. If for whatever reason you have any, what's the phone number too? I forgot to tell you guys. If you have any phone number questions, you can call us. We have a full team here in the office. 604 2587. So if you want to talk to a real person, okay, call that number, 800-604-2587. If you want to email, if you're one of those type of people, don't want to call, Maya at my name, TaiLopez.com. Okay? So, in closing, if you can only take a few things away, I always say in every conference, just try to take one thing. What I want you to do, remember I said the 3 levels of knowledge? I don't want you to just listen. Here, I want, right now as we close, I want you to leave one comment below here. Okay? Everybody. The one nugget you took away from, I've been on here 4 hours. So hopefully there's at least one thing worthwhile you being here. Take one nugget and write what it is and how you're going to apply it. Just a sentence or two below this video. And I'm going to read I'll just watch some of those, and then I might read a few, but do this, because it's not just about me talking, it's about your life becoming instinctual change. Only instinctual change will change your life, okay? So what's the biggest thing that I only want you to have one. 2, Confucius said, the man who chases 2 rabbits catches none. Now obviously, can't take that completely literally. Everybody's got to do more than one thing per day. But the point is, focus as best you can. Okay, so what's the focus that you have here? Someone asked if they can pay with a debit card. Yeah, you should be able to. And if not, call this number or email. So what is the number one thing that you took away from today? Let's do Herman.
What was the question?
Number one thing you learned from today.
Number one thing?
Or we'll go around. We'll start here. What's your number one thing?
Okay. Well, I never thought about
So your takeaway was that when you come up with an idea, they have to be three things: in demand, rare, and somewhat difficult in order for there to be real money made. Okay, awesome. How about you?
The reciprocal altruism is how much you give, and you also need to get back.
So reciprocal altruism, that's important. So money is made in the current economy by reciprocity. So you can't just be taking and you can't just be giving. If you're just a giver, people take advantage of you. If you're just a taker, nobody will want to be around you. If you're just a blockbuster business where you're built around tricking people into fees, you're a taker and you're not giving enough value and you will eventually disappear. If you're Netflix, you charge a fair price, $8 or whatever it is, and you get all this $80 worth of value for $8, people are going to spend it. So cool. How about you?
Investing more in myself,
Okay.
making the time to read,
Okay.
and cutting something on that is not working.
So investing in your own brain by reading and cutting out worthless stuff. Cut out anything that doesn't have a big bang for the buck. Can I come back to you, Herman? What is yours?
Being empathetic.
Empathetic businesses. Right, so build your big idea around a problem that you've had or you've seen other people had, and you sympathize/empathize with them. Somebody put, your vision goal chart got me thinking. I'm living too much in the goal-oriented world. Someone said, big thing they learned was reciprocal altruism and the EI. The one nugget I got was an idea on steroids is a strategy. Another person said the same thing. Someone said it's important to consider not only what you will lose, but what will happen if you don't do it. Spending creates wealth. I need to rewire myself into not saving. Remember, I want to go down as saying you should save, but you don't save to create wealth. You save for what John Wooden said, save for rainy days. So that's why I said there's different buckets. So if you had no savings and you're just investing in yourself, so you have all these conferences and books, well, what happens if you fall and break your leg? You got to have some rainy day money. So savings are for rainy days. They're not for wealth. But they are an important ingredient in you not dying along the way, right? The one difficult nugget I got was doing the difficult, rare, and in-demand thing, the RR, risk-reward. Number one thing I learned is to rewire my brain, reverse the way I see risk. Someone said using risk reverse analysis to see what is spending. Goals are daily. Vision is the long term. That's good. The one comment I have is I like when you said the opportunity passes you by and may not be there tomorrow, like what I said about Maxim magazine. One nugget I will forever remember is invest in gaining knowledge. Double down on myself. Combine my visionary goals with visionary, it's not visionary goals. It's vision, your visions with your goals. I like to keep them separate. You could call them, if you want to, visionary objectives is a better one. Objectives are a little longer, or Herman said dreams. Inspirational, don't mess with the HWLH, health, wealth, love, happiness. I learned that being too much of a visionary and plan on making more practical goals. At least 30% of your income should be spent on knowledge. And I generally mean 30% after you paid your necessary expenses. So if you got to feed your family, you do it after you feed. So let's say you make $2,000 a month and your expenses, you cut some stupid ones out and you're left spending $1,500 on necessary things. That gives you $500 a month kind of left over. No, nothing. The way humans are, you never kind of have a lot. You always will try to spend it, but you take 30% of $500. Okay, that's $150. That'll buy you 5 solid books. It'll buy you like I have the 67-day mentor program. That's not just on money, but you can buy little things like that. And then you build up. Or you can save some of it till you have a little more. If you save up $150 in 4 or 5 months, you'll have $1,000. Great quality, I expected 2 hours, but we got 4 hours. Thanks so much. I'm going to start reading. Someone said value they got is the Pinterest board. Those Pinterest boards are cool. Make those secret ones so you don't have to, I don't recommend sharing. You got to feel safe with your vision, so if you post something crazy, don't post it on a public Pinterest, okay? Reversing the risk. Don't try to skip levels. That's good. Get yourself out of debt. Right. Some people are in debt, and they're like, how do I invest to make $1 billion company? I'm like, well, you might need to get up. So, okay. The button should still be here. If you don't see the button and you're wanting to apply, refresh the page. Call the phone number. Email. And for all of you, I hope you got some value I hope to be passing on, I'm not a mentor. A lot of people think that I see myself that way. I'm not. I'm a business guy. I'm an investor. But I always promised that I would share what my true mentors taught me. So you're learning from them. These books are great mentors. And hopefully I have a little bit to add to that. And so go out there, daily goals. Don't tell me about what you're going to do in 18 months. 18 months is a great vision. I like to do 18-month visions. But tell me what you're going to do before you go to bed. Like Charlie Munger said, go to bed a little wiser than you were when you were. One thing. I try to every day have one thing. That's why I write those book of the days. Because not only I like sharing those, but that makes sure I learn something every day. So do that, and next thing you know, you will start moving up this a lot faster than most people do. Most people never get up this. Most people stick here. You keep moving, and you'll be all right, okay? So thanks so much, and click this. Any questions, call. And for all of you, thanks for all those who got in this program. We'll take the button down in a few minutes after. We'll give you a few minutes after this, but make sure you fill out the little calendar thing on when you want the team to call you, get you all oriented and talk about, answer all your specific questions, okay? So thanks so much. Talk to you soon.